the premier online speed chess tournament. A knockout filled with tension, drama, quick tactics, and shocking moments.
Oh my gosh!
For the last 7 years and counting, the best blitz and bullet players in the world have flocked to Chess.com to prove their worth at this format. Excitement reigns every year, with major upsets and intense battles. This year, 12 invitees and 4 qualifiers face off for the title. Dozens have tried, but only 2 have ever worn this crown.
Magnus makes it look easy.
You got me over! He wins the Speed Chess Championship his 5th in a row.
Who will be this year's Blitz King? It's time to find out. Welcome to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase.
Welcome back to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We are excited to welcome Coinbase as the presenting partner of the Speed Chess Championship. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me once again is Grandmaster Benjamin Buck. Benjamin, we had an exciting day of chess yesterday. We did see Jan Nepomniachtchi take down Arjun Erigaisi. Today, Jan has none other than world number 1 Magnus Carlsen as his opponent.
Hey Grower, great to be here with you today. It's an exciting day. It's an exciting day because we have Magnus Carlsen taking on Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Robert, this is a rematch of the 2021 World Chess Championship.
It is indeed a rematch of that World Championship in 2021, and Magnus Carlsen, he took that title in fewer games than were required of the match. So Magnus, you see the final moves of that championship, where they shake hands. Magnus retains the title. But Benjamin, I think Jan wants a different outcome today.
Yeah, no, for sure. Today is going to be different. It was a classical World Chess Championship match. Today is going to be fast and furious as they take each other on in the Speed Chess Championship.
Yes, so for Jan Nepomniachtchi, it's a different version of himself, having won 2 candidates tournaments. His name is up there with the best in the world, but unfortunately for him, he plays the absolute best in the world, the number 1 player for over a decade in Magnus Carlsen. So let's dive into the bracket to see how the players were able to make their way to the quarterfinals. And Benjamin, we already know 2 of our semifinalists. Hikaru Nakamura beat Fabiano Caruana yesterday, and Wesley So took down Firouzja a couple days ago. So Magnus Carlsen, Jan Nepomniachtchi, the winner of this upcoming match, will face Wesley in the semis.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a very exciting matchup. So yeah, the winner will face Wesley, and that would pave the way to a potential final again. And hey, we've seen that upper bracket, Hikaru, he's marching on to the final as well.
Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen, mainstays of the Speed Chess Championship. And for Magnus, it was business as usual in the opening match against Vidit Gujrathi, because Magnus, he ended up with a 9-point victory over the Indian Super Grandmaster. So Benjamin, I think that Magnus, though he was hard on himself in the post-match interview, he took care of it when he needed to.
Yeah, it was just a regular day at the office, it seemed, for Magnus. Vidit gave him a very good match, but overall Magnus won quite convincingly. We see that especially the biggest difference was in the bullet portion. And yeah, we saw Jan's match. Jan will have to really play at his A game to give Magnus a tough match here.
And Magnus Carlsen, 92.7% average accuracy in the opening round, 6 brilliancies compared to none for his opponent. He had the highest average accuracy in the first round. So Magnus doing Magnus things. And on the other side of this match will be Jan Nepomniachtchi. Benjamin, his match against Arjun, that was very different. That was a nail-biter.
Yeah, that one was very, very up and down. Jan was leading for the most part. At some point, he was even down in the match. But he won finally by a 1-point difference, Robert. We see that he took the lead in the 5+1. Arjun at some point was leading by 2 points, but Jan's nerves were the strongest in the final couple of games.
He took 3.5 out of the final 4 points, a steal victory from the jaws of defeat. Jan Nepomniachtchi moved on. But if we look at this graphic here, the average accuracy lower than Magnus's, and also 9 blunders. Benjamin, I don't think Jan can afford that many against Magnus Carlsen.
No, for sure not. Against Arjun, he lost one game by disconnect. Also, he lost a few games right out of the opening. And against Magnus, he has to take every single opportunity that will be presented to him. And he's got to try to avoid losing games unnecessarily. And the good thing, though, for Jan is that if he can get rid of those blunders, there is a lot of room for improvement.
That's true, because if he doesn't lose in, say, 13 moves, as he did against Arjun yesterday, by slipping in the opening, his chances will be better. And Jan was in a good mood, at least a jovial mood, after the match, because he took to Twitter, or should we call it X these days, he tweeted just a yawn. So how appropriate for his name, but he was trying to take that Michael Jordan route. He took it personally that he was not initially invited to the SEC.
Yep, but today he might be playing the Michael Jordan of chess. We know how good Magnus Carlsen is. It was an absolute thriller that he beat Arjun Ergais yesterday, but he's going to play much better today if he wants to have a real chance of beating Magnus.
It's true, because Magnus, as we keep talking about, he's the final boss often in the chess world. Hikaru Nakamura, he has a claim to that in the SEC as well. But let's look at the tail of the tape, because it's important to dive into the numbers, and we are thrilled to have Deloitte, a leader in their field, as the official data insights partner for the Speed Chess Championship. Their dedication to excellence aligns perfectly with the Chess.com mission to grow the game and sport of chess. Let's dive into our Deloitte game analytics, and Benjamin, here we see it. Magnus much higher rated in blitz chess, but they've never actually played on Chess.com. How crazy is that?
Yeah, it's quite remarkable that they never played on Chess.com. I think it's because Jan wasn't active for a while. Magnus also was not active. But Robert, look at the numbers. Their Chess.com blitz rating is more than 200 points apart. That is a very big margin.
It really is. And it cannot be overstated, because Magnus, he's a blitz beast. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's been improving. Unfortunately, Benjamin, I'm sorry to bring this up again. We talked about his Title Tuesday win earlier in the week where you faced him in the last round, but it goes to show that Jan, maybe he's on the upswing.
Yeah, no, for sure. He's been working on his game. He also used to be up to 3,200, so he's definitely capable of bringing his A game. He has a high ceiling, so to speak, but he really has to play at his A game today, and he also has to hope that Magnus will play a little bit below his A game.
Because in Magnus' A game, he has a game win rate 56%. That's absolutely nuts. He's the only player above 50%. That means each and every game he plays, he's 56% likely to win it in the SEC. So Jan needs to slow that down. And as you said, Jan's ceiling is very high, but sometimes his floor is a bit low. As we saw him losing 13 moves yesterday, he needs to avoid those types of blunders.
Yeah, no, for sure. He has to play well from start to finish. I wonder what kind of preparation he's done going into this match. I also wonder how Magnus will approach this match. We've seen that Hikaru has been playing bingo, pretty much, playing 1H3, playing 1H3, things of that nature. I wonder if Magnus is going to take the opening a little bit more seriously.
And, well, Magnus Carlsen, we know he's the heavy favorite. Let's jump into the smarter chess predictions. I typically, have some beef with those predictions, but I think this one won't be too much of a surprise. Magnus Carlsen predicted to win by a final score of 18-10, 85% win probability. Benjamin, does that meet your expectations?
Yeah, no, I think Magnus is a pretty hefty favorite to win this one. We see that his biggest edge will probably be in the bullet portion. Jan, he was behind in the bullet portion, but eventually he won the match yesterday against Arjun there. But we saw also that Magnus won by a big margin in bullet. Bullet very much come down to your intuition, and we know that Magnus's intuition, maybe it's on par with Hikaru, but other than that, he's often destroying people there.
Yes, not many can match up with Magnus Carlsen, who's a 2-time winner of the Speed Chess Championship. Chat, get involved. Let us know your predictions. Will it be the man on the screen in front of you, Magnus Carlsen, winning this match? Or do you think Jan Nepomniachtchi can get revenge for the 2021 World Championship? And Jan, he's looking refreshed. I mean, he's looking like a man who's ready to take on the #1 player in the world. But he needs to improve. Yesterday was a win. It was a close one, but it's not going to be good enough to take down Magnus.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, again, he has to play better than yesterday. Yesterday, he was a little bit sloppy at times, like we said, losing some games right out of the opening. You cannot afford that at all. Also, he let some opportunities slip. So, again, if he brings his A game, I think we are in for a very exciting match. The question is if he can.
That's the question that only he can answer, and the games are going to start in any second now. We see Magnus is adjusting his camera. Jan, he looks focused. Benjamin, I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, and I'm excited for sure. It's, again, the rematch of the 2021 World Chess Championship, so this one might also be a little bit personal for both of the players. Also, again, these players are from the same generation. They're both born in 1990. As we speak, by the way, we're off. And again, like they've played in World Youth Under 12 Championships.
And they go way, way back. And Jan actually had the lead in their head-to-head history until that World Championship match when it was a one-sided victory for Magnus. We have a Petrov, and for this match, I'm wondering, is Jan going to try to be more solid, or is he going to bring his chaotic brand of chess, which has scored him some fine victories in his career, but also can backfire if you play a little too loosey-goosey?
Yeah, I think he's going to try to stick to his style, try to play aggressively, especially with the white piece against Magnus. He wasn't quite able to do so in the match, but that is also very impressive from Magnus's part, that he doesn't let Jan into his A-game, so to speak, and he turned the game into more grindy, slow positions. But let's see what we have here, Robert. It started out as a Petrov, but it turned into a bit of a French exchange. Pretty boring so far, but we know how Magnus can work his magic here.
We see Magnus, he's eating his lunch, so he's just taking it step by step, but I agree with you. The reason why we call this position a bit boring, so to speak, is there's no pawn tension. Only one pawn has been traded per side. We haven't seen anything of note in a symmetrical structure, so let's see how this one develops. But I wonder, Benjamin, do you think it's match strategy for Magnus, not just to get his meal in at the start, but to sort of see what Jan wants in the opening stages?
Yeah, and I think it definitely makes sense to see what Jan wants. Jan has been sticking to his guns. He played the Petrov defense. He played that in their World Championship match as well. I'm not too impressed so far with Magnus's opening choice. I think Jan is doing fairly well. I mean, Magnus has these slightly more active pieces. However, this knight on c3 can sometimes be slightly misplaced as it's currently restricted by the pawn on c6. Queen e2, I like the move by Magnus as h6 would invite a sacrifice over here. But knight f8, a nice move by Jan, and look at the clock, Robert. Jan does this very well. He's already up on time, and perhaps Magnus might be struggling a little bit with this because normally he's the one putting pressure, and Jan often is the one putting pressure on him.
And look at this position. The rook gets to the open file. Black can develop that light square bishop to maybe e6, but it does feel a little bit like Black's pieces are fighting for the same squares. Like both the knight and the bishop want to go to e6. That's a good square for them both. So White's so far, the pieces feel a little bit more fluid. There's a more natural set of squares for them. But ultimately, yeah, I'm not super impressed with what Magnus has done. And yet, he wins games just like this that seem unwinnable, that seem like nothing. He'll probably knight e5 here, and then it starts to seem like he's going to go for a bit of initiative.
Yeah, knight e5 seems like a nice move, putting the knight in the middle. I wonder if Jan can take on d4, but that does look fairly risky, and there we see the move knight e5. Now, perhaps after knight takes d4, maybe Magnus can take an f6. You're going to have to recapture the g-pawn, and at the very least, there's something like queen h6. You can also take on d7 and take on h7. So I suppose staying on d4 is too risky for Jan, and maybe he has to play something more solid like bishop to e7, because for them... Oh, and wow, there we go, Robert.
But we were saying at the start of the show, you can't afford blunders or sort of crazy chess if it's not objectively strong against Magnus Carlsen. That earned a question mark. And I think it's simple. Bishop takes knight on f6. As you mentioned, you have to take with the pawn on f6. And then even just take on d7. Black's pawn structure is going to be worse. I love what Magnus has been able to achieve from what looked like a nothing opening.
Yeah, so let's see what Magnus has to do here. I think bishop takes f6 is certainly the start. If you take it to queen, you leave the bishop on d7 hanging. So perhaps you're going to have to recapture with the pawn. Now, you can take on d7, take on h7 afterwards, and then take on d4. And perhaps that is the position that Jan is going for. And he might feel like after something like queen f5, he's not doing too bad. But I do wonder if Magnus can take and go queen h6. Because how exactly do you stop the threat of checkmate?
Maybe Black would have to play a move like bishop f or knight f5 or something like that, but yeah, you're hanging on barely at that stage. So I think Magnus he's working out what we're talking about right here. You need to be precise, you need to come up with the correct move order, because if you get a little bit lazy, say with like knight takes d7 now, queen takes d7, maybe at some point Black will have a different move order that helps his chances.
Yeah, no, for sure. So yeah, it looks extremely risky. Magnus investing some time, but I'm sure he's going to go down this line with bishop takes f6. Pawn takes. He takes on h7. Wow, Robert. I guess in case it takes, he wants to take an f7 and fork the queen and the bishop.
Oh, that's actually pretty nice. I wasn't even looking in that direction. And in that situation, the queen and bishop are forked, and the knight on d4 is still loose. So maybe black has to throw in like a knight f3 check at some point just to shatter white's pawn structure. But this does look like a situation where Magnus has the upper hand. Jan, he didn't expect that. He reacted to knight takes f7 like, oh, didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, no, that's a little bit sloppy by Jan. I think knight takes d4 was a little bit rushed. So let's see what he's going to do here. Knight f3 is certainly a possibility if white has to take, and then perhaps queen c7. Magnus has to be doing well there. I mean, maybe it feels like he's more likely to take advantage of the open g-file. Jan can, of course, also move the queen right away, but after queen takes d4, white is an extra pawn, and their king is safer.
This looks really bad for black, and you could take on f6 at some moment for white if you want to shatter the king side even more, because I don't think black can ever afford to take that bishop with the queen swooping into h6. So, Benjamin, this is looking very problematic for Jan, and it went from a completely even-looking position, and then Magnus makes one forward jump with his knight earlier in the game, and Jan did not react in the best way.
Yeah, we've been talking about this before the match. Jan, again, if he wants to give himself a good chance, he has to try to avoid losing games like this. He has to try to hang in there. Usually he plays faster than Magnus, so perhaps he can get Magnus into time pressure. But if he blunders early on, then you're just going to gift a lot of points to Magnus, and that's going to make it very tough.
And when have we ever heard of Magnus relinquishing a lead? The matches that he's lost that I can think of, including last year's Speed Chess Championship to Hikaru, the Bullet Chess Championship match against both Alireza and Hikaru, he was losing out of the gates, and then he was trying to come back. So for Magnus, winning game one would be huge, and for Jan, if anyone can win a game on demand, I do trust Jan. He is so creative, but it's just not what you want in a match against Magnus Carlsen.
No, for sure, because Magnus, he can also be extremely solid and almost impossible to beat if he wants to. And yeah, like I said, I think you have the best chance against Magnus if you win early on, hang on to that lead. That might also make him a little bit nervous. Maybe he's going to rush a little bit to try to come back. And finally, we see Jan settling on the move queen to c7. So now let's see what Magnus is going to do. I guess he should take on d4, just take the knight. In case of knight takes d6, perhaps then Jan can throw in that move knight f3 check and force you to double your pawns. Knight f3 check, I think, was not really a possibility before because white also has this option to go bishop takes f6 combined with queen h6. So I think right now, Magnus is either going to take this knight or take the knight on d4.
It's a good call. And the problem for Magnus is he can only take one piece at a time. And if you take the knight on f6, black for sure will not take back with the g-pawn. I think that knight on d4 will slide back to f5, and you're just trying to keep your king as safe as possible. So maybe white will remain up a pawn, but it's pawns on separate sides of the board. Black has an extra pawn to the d-file, white has two extra pawns on the king side, and that creates a dynamic imbalance that should help in black's chances to hold if white is not able to crash through against that black king.
Yeah, we see Magnus falling quite far behind on the clock here. He's dropping below a minute. I think he's still in very good shape here. He's got a dominant position, but you got to be careful, especially against Jan, who's so extremely who is so extremely tricky when you're in time pressure. Because 96. Wait, but Robert, that was the mistake we were talking about. I think now Jan is doing quite fine, actually.
I'm not sure why Magnus went for this, because look at these pawns on the king side. Now you have the split f pawns and a loose h pawn that's under attack. He goes in with his queen, but suddenly look at the eval bar, saying black is actually the side for choice. Knight e4, forcing those queens off. And how could black be worse in this endgame? Double exclaim, deserved from Jan, because that way his king is safe. Benjamin, this is starting to turn around.
Yeah, great move by Jan. He's offering the trade of queens. I don't think there's a good way for Magnus to get out of it, and he does go for the queen trade. The pawn on h3 is hanging out. These pawns are weak. Bishop f5 is an option, or knight c4. Attacking this pawn, and also, Robert, after knight c4, you turn to go knight d2. And look at the clock. Magnus down to 18 seconds.
And that's a very good response of king to g2, because the knight could take b2, but the rook would have slid to b1 to win the b7 pawn and get some activity. So very good find from Magnus. But I'm looking at the clock. He's down to 10 seconds. Benjamin, he's got to move.
Yeah, bishop f5. Great move by Jan, not taking the pawn. Knight at e2. All right, so Jan can just take this pawn over here now and get a pretty significant advantage. I guess Magnus is playing good knight d4. I don't know. He's in real trouble here, Robert. Perhaps Jan can start off hot in this match.
It didn't look like that at first, but if he grabs these queenside pawns, I would take on c2, as you said. Now black has this unopposed d-pawn passer. White's pawns, they're gross. Double F and isolated H, they can't create a pass pawn very easily. This looks like Jan Nepomniachtchi's game. He needs to pressure Magnus on the clock.
Yeah, and that's what he's doing. He takes on c2, goes bishop d3, and now he can take another pawn. He doesn't do so. Now Magnus goes b3. The position might be manageable here, because where do you actually go with the knight?
This was a mistake from Jan. He should have pawn. Instead, he's backtracking. But look at Magnus pushing forward. a5 followed by a6 was a threat, and that's why black played a5. But that's a long-term weakness. If that bishop slides to c7 at the right moment, a5 could be a target.
But look at the clock. Magnus down to 4 seconds. Jan has to be doing well here. But let's see if he can create some problems for Magnus. I think Magnus, objectively, he should be doing fine. Like, it's opposite color bishops. These pawns are blocked over here on the queen side. It's difficult to make use of them. But the clock...
He's barely getting his moves off. I mean, he's 2.9 seconds after that move. You gain 1 second of increment, everybody. I think bishop f4 was a good choice. That bishop can go to e3 or to g5. It will block the black rooks. And now Magnus might play b4 himself and just start trading off pawns.
Yeah, so let's see how Jan is going to try to do this. Rook g6 check, I guess, will be met with bishop to g5. He goes rook to c8, perhaps aiming to set his pawns in motion, but for now you can't, as it will hang the pawn on d5. And with the move bishop to g5, Magnus is actually creating that threat. Oh,
rook takes
he
c5.
edged the pawn.
Yes, because it wasn't available a move ago, because rook g6 would have been check. There's no check against the white king. The rook on c8 is loose. Now Magnus, he can go from a position where he was worse to potentially one where he could try to outplay Jan, although with bishops of opposite color, this realistically should just be a simple draw.
But h5 was a great move there. h5 again, instead of, because you cannot take. Okay, now...
Yeah, he's setting up h5. Now h5 is a big threat.
Right, so king e8 therefore by Jan. Okay, so now we have h5. A couple moves to let Jan just takes it. Okay, king g3. This game, probably a draw, but it can still go either way with both players getting a long time.
And here comes the f-pawn. I said they weren't good, but pawn f...
Oh, rook
g4 takes g5!
Wow, what a blunder. And rook takes f5 is just a game, because you can... Wow, and Jan Nepomniachtchi takes the first game, Robert.
It looked like Magnus was well on his way to a first game victory, at least right after that knight e5 and the tactics happened. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's showing that he can be resilient. He can fight back. I cannot believe he won that game. I mean, it looked like there was no chance, and there was a one-move blunder because of time trouble, and Jan, he capitalizes.
That was absolutely incredible. Yeah, Jan was doing well before when he took the pawn on c2. He could have also taken the pawn on b2. But after that, Magnus seemed to be out of the woods. He had that opportunity to go h5 on a couple of occasions. He missed it, and then it seemed to be just headed for a draw. But then he made that terrible blunder with f5, Robert.
Oh my goodness, what a howler. And I want to get the chat involved once again. Do you change your mind? A lot of you had Magnus winning. Do you still think that's going to be? It was just one game, I know. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's showing some good form in the first game. And here in the second, it looks like he's breaking open the queen side. Benjamin, it looks like a Roy Lopez, but it started as a Sicilian.
Exactly, yeah. It started off as a Russell Limo, and black played this line with e5 and bishop to d6. Very creative. I think Hikaru has also played this a couple of times. At some point, white is going to go d4 or d3, and we will see a trade here. Black will have this backwards pawn on d7 or on d6, reminiscent of a Sveshnikov, but in return, black has got a lot of piece activity.
Yeah, it looked like a Spanish, a Sveshnikov, that backwards d pawn, as you're pointing out. It could be a problem, but look at this pawn on b5. It's either a bad pawn, because white can target it, and look at Jan not sure how to take on d3. He takes with the queen, and that bishop on d6 is under threat. So I think it gives white just another move to develop, because you have to take care of the bishop. Bishop g5, next potentially for white, a rook to d1. And I have to say, I do like the look of this position for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, it's a typical Jan Nepomniachtchi position. He's got a slight initiative, easy piece play, and Magnus has a couple of weaknesses. So I think Jan cannot be unhappy at all by what he's got here out of the opening. But Robert, we talked about the match beforehand. This is exactly what Jan needs. He needs a good start. And yeah, this could potentially become quite an exciting match.
For sure. This move b4, it doesn't threaten anything. I think that Jan can just develop knight to d2, then bring that knight to c4, and just increase the potential of your pieces. That rook on a1 is maybe the best piece on the board, because at some point black would love to play a bishop a6. That's not going to happen. And that backwards d-pawn remains an issue.
Yeah, for sure. Jan can now always go knight c4 in case of d6, putting pressure on that pawn. Like you said, move a rook to d1. And he's just got the easier piece play. He's got this open a file for his rook in case Magnus moves his bishop, let's say to e6. There's always going to be an annoying rook a6 move, so that is why we see that Magnus has paused the thing again. I think Jan, he's doing pretty well here so far.
And let's be honest, Benjamin, did you expect at all that Jan would take a game like that in the first one where it seemed like a very typical Magnus type of position, better? Could you have expected Jan to take that first game and then now have a slightly better position in the game two?
I did not expect it. But Magnus has to be a little bit careful. He's going down on the clock again. We saw in game one he had a dominant position. But with only seconds on the clock, really anything can happen. A 1 second increment really is not a whole lot, and everyone makes big mistakes.
And it's part of Jan's overall match strategy. We saw that yesterday. He likes to be faster than his opponent. And speaking of faster, this knight goes to c4. And look at how quickly it will land on e3 and f5 and d5. And watch out, because if you get knight d5, that knight on f6 is pinned. And if you do take, let's say, a bishop on d5 after e takes d5, there are checkmating ideas across the diagonal.
Exactly, yeah. Jan would love to open up this diagonal. g5. Wow, is he going to go for it? Knight takes g5?
Sack it. Yeah, look at the time. Look at Black's king. Benjamin, come on. Would you be able to resist?
I mean, perhaps, but I don't think Jan will be able to. I think he's going to go for it. So let's see. So takes, queen e6. What exactly is the follow-up, Robert?
I haven't figured that out, but f4 is typically a good move to play when your opponent's king is open. And you're trying to open not just the f file, but also the diagonal from b1 to h7 for checkmating ideas. It looks scary. And Jan probably wants to make sure he at least has a bailout. And for everyone who's watching, that's important. Maybe he sees a variation where he can at least force the draw. He probably didn't. So he goes bishop to g3. And as you see, the X marks the spot, but it also marks the miss. Knight takes g5 was better.
Yeah, bishop g3. He still keeps an initiative. He has pressure on the e5 pawn. Also, in case Magnus goes d6, he has pressure there. So perhaps he feels like he has an advantage here as well. And so it wasn't necessary to go for it. But Robert, that might have been a missed opportunity. I like what you suggested there with king on g5, followed by f4.
It looks like it just blasts open the black king side. But perhaps Jan, he trusts himself, of course. He's a very intuitive player. But he knows that at sometimes he has gone a little bit too far. And so I think your point is well taken, Benjamin. His position is still good. In fact, the eval bar is the same now as if knight takes g5. So why did he have to sacrifice material? He says, let me just play this very good-looking position. And we keep talking about this. Jan, you know who beats Jan the most? Is himself. So he does not want to do that in this match.
Yeah, knight e3 here. In the meantime, nice move by Jan. Knight d8 by Magnus. All right, so let's see what Jan's going to do here. I mean, he can move a rook to d1. Rook a7 is a possibility. Knight d8. Looks a little bit odd to me, as I don't see where the knight is headed. It cannot go to e6 as you allow the knight to jump to f5. We see just rook fe1 by Jan. And again, this is where he's good at. He's got a lead on the clock. He's got that initiative. And Magnus is struggling so far.
And I'm trying to figure out why. Oh my goodness. There's some tactics, I think, with like a knight d4 and a knight d5 if Black is not careful. That's what rook e1 might have set up here, because there's going to be a checkmate on the h7 square. This is getting very difficult for Magnus, and he plays bishop b6. So I'm wondering, the bishop's defended on b6 now? That might be a huge difference. No, knight
but
d4
he can
still works.
Wait, knight d4, yeah, in case you take, there might be moves like knight d5 combined with a timely e5 push. And white always has that checkmating idea here on h7. So I think after knight d4, Black might have to take with the bishop to stop white from putting a knight on f5.
But that looks terrible. So he goes rook to b1. How can you blame him from changing his rook to pin this bishop on b6? And that's why Magnus defends it. But can we get an analysis board? I think knight d4 is super instructive, giving up a minor piece in the center to try to checkmate the enemy king.
Right, because if you take it, then you go knight d5, attacking the queen and the knight. If you take the knight, white's going to recapture. The queen is under attack, and you threaten checkmate over here, so white wins. And in case you play queen e6, then, well, you can take the bishop, but there's also all these e5 ideas with that idea to deliver checkmate over here. So let's see if Jan is going to go for it. He's just paused, and usually when Jan pauses, he comes up with something interesting. He's played h4, though.
Oh, and we see as the game continues, there are trades now, and h4 it earned a question mark because it wasn't as quick as he needed to be, and bishop takes e3 earned an exclamation point. Now, Benjamin, as we see these moves, it looks like white still has potential to attack, but that knight on e6 is such a strong piece. There's no longer knight f5, and that means that black is probably out of the woods.
Exactly. That knight jumping to f5 really was the sting in black's position. Magnus just took that out. And now you cannot take the pawn on g5, because if you take black has knight to g4, attacking the queen and opening up this attack on the knight, and so you lose a piece. So here, Magnus is doing absolutely fine, and now the time is evened out. So let's see how Jan will handle this situation.
And I think that not only is Magnus doing fine, you see the eval bar saying about zeros. I kind of like black's position. Like right now, knight h5, maybe we'll get a knight f4. That's exactly what's happening. And g4 comes to mind at the right moment if you want to go all in for the attack. But I just feel like black's pieces are freer, and that c3 pawn, that's the worst single pawn on the board.
Yeah, the pawn on c3 is quite weak. The pawn on d6 is still weak as well, but after rook d1, you can just defend it with rook to d8. Also, I think if anything, Magnus is more likely to take advantage of the open h-file. He can go king g7, followed by rook to h8, knight c5, a nice move by Magnus, attacking the pawn on e4. So Jan just has to slide back, and here we go, Robert, king g7.
You're on point right now. Oh, rook to d1. Is there a g4 coming? I'd first defend the d6 pawn. That looks too weak, so it goes rook d8. g4 can happen next. Rook h8, queen h4. That will happen, and it will hurt. And also bishop a6, knight e2 check. Let's not forget about that.
Yeah, now this looks unpleasant for Jan. He goes bishop to g3. One thing Magnus has to be careful of is not to go g4 too quickly, as there might be some knight takes c5 tactics. We see queen to e3. All right, this looks very tough for Giannis. I don't see what he's going to do. And Magnus has this very easy plan of going queen f6, queen h6, and checkmate along the h-file.
So what is he going to do after queen f6? The queen h6 is next. He might have to, after that, put a knight on h2 and pray that his bishop on g3 holds everything together. It looks bad, but I don't see the actual breakthrough.
Yeah, no, for sure. But Magnus has turned this one completely around. He seemed to be under a lot of pressure. He's got to speed up here, though. He's dropping down to 40 seconds. He takes on f3. Interesting decision. I guess now he wants to go queen e6, move his queen over to the h-file, as now there's no longer knight h2.
And the queen on e6 is better than the queen on f6. If king f1, well, first of all, there's checkmate at 1, but just in general, there's queen c4 type of ideas. So the point is the queen is staring in both directions, and that's why it's probably a better square than f6.
Right, we see Jan going rook to d1, perhaps clearing the way a little bit for his king. So now let's see what Magnus is going to do. So in case of queen h6, do we have queen g4? He starts with rook to h6. Wow, what is the idea behind this one?
I think he's just defending the d6 pawn, so his queen can go to c4, a2. He's going to start going after the white queen side. Queen b3 is an option here. The c3 pawn is loose. Or he'll focus all his attention on the king side, but I don't know how to make a checkmate happen.
Yeah, queen b3, good move, putting suppression upon c3. All right, so let's see what Jan is going to do here. It looks extremely tough. I don't see an active idea here for him anymore. He goes for f1.
94. Knight takes c4.
Magnus could just take this pawn, and he goes for it.
That queen is overloaded, and that's what the rook's doing on h6. If queen g4, there's always rook g6 to block the check.
Oh, Robert, look at this. Instead of knight f6, he had queen takes d1, rook h1, and knight takes f2, leading to a winning endgame.
Let's bring up an analysis board if we can. Maybe let's wait actually till the game ends, and then we'll pull up one after. But that was such a good find by you. This still looks good for Magnus. If he gets his queen to h8, that's what he's aiming for.
But look at how creative Jan is with his defense. He's maneuvered his bishop from f1 to d3 to f5 to h3 to block the h-file. And now the pawn on d6. Wait, and Magnus only has 2 seconds. Wait, take on e5?
He just dropped his central pawn. That is unacceptable because now your winning chances are not very high. And this position, do you still think Magnus is trying to win it?
I think so, but I don't think he should. I mean, rook f5 just looks like a draw.
Yeah, rook to c1 check, king h2, knight takes f2. There's no checkmate because rook takes f4, gets rid of the mating pawn.
What a throw by Magnus. Now the game ends in a draw. So let's pull that up real quick, Robert. After bishop to d3, Magnus could have taken on d1, play rook h1, and take on f2. And at the end of it all, it would be up, I don't know, at least 2 or is it even 3 pawns.
Yeah, I think we got the majority of it. That was such a beautiful tactic. We've seen that by some of the best players in the world, but it's so easy to miss because you have to give up your queen and realize you can sacrifice your rook in the corner, temporarily beating down a full queen. And look at this. Speaking of no queens on the board, queen e2, queen e7. What are we watching here, Benjamin?
We're watching the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase, but this game isn't the most exciting so far. Yeah, pretty boring. Isn't this something that Magnus played in the World Championship match when he wanted to make a draw? Anyway, we've seen knight d7, but this check, to be fair though, Robert, it looks unpleasant for black. White is very easy piece play. The king on f8 is kind of stuck. You can go g6 for the moment, as there's bishop h6 check. Again, we see the knight e5 move. And it's not as easy for Jan to bring his pieces into the game.
I'm with you. I mean, these type of dry openings, they're highly criticized, but it does give Magnus, I think, the edge because Jan prefers a more open board. He is a tactician. He likes to play quickly, but in a position like this, how can you play quickly? Do you play f6 right now? Do you play on the queen side? You can't trade on e5. That much is clear, and he does go f6, but it's not easy to make choices like this as they create weaknesses. e6 square, the f5 square, not an easy position.
Yeah, king of 7. I think he's done a good job crawling out of his passive position. Now perhaps he can move this bishop or move the knight. He still has to bring the light square bishop into the game. So let's see how he will try to do so. Magnus has more space. We know how he can really be a boa constrictor, right? He can slowly but surely surround his position, tighten the screws. We see g5. I think a nice move by Jan, grabbing some space on the king side. Magnus could take, but that's going to open up the h-file for Jan. And this should be quite fine for black.
But I think g5 was a critical move. It opened up some squares for his pieces because bishop f4 was going to happen regardless. And instead of this, there could have been a white pawn on f5, and that would have just restricted black's pieces. So knight f5 retreat, of course that's a good move, defending the g6 pawn, opening the light square bishop. Jan, he looked like he had a bit of a tough one, and yet he is able to neutralize most of white's advantage.
Yeah, exactly. Knight f5, nice move by Jan. If he gets the opportunity, I think he would love to go g5, kick the knight away, then develop his bishop and go rook e8. And then the position should be quite even as the pawn structure is symmetrical. So let's see what Magnus has to do. I think he has a couple of moves to try to develop an initiative. Now g5 is not possible as it allows knight takes g5 followed by knight takes d5 with a discovery on the king and the knight. So what do? Maybe king g7, Robert, but then there's rook ae1 and you threaten to slide into e7.
Moves like rook f1 are so nice because they just create these problems for your opponent. Now, rook a to e1, maybe black has the play to go knight c to e6. Remember, everyone, the knight on f8 came there not just to open up the light square bishop, but to protect the g6 pawn. So rook a to e1, knight to e6 from the c7 square. I feel like black is doing a good job and is a few moves away from being completely stable. Bishop d7, rook e8 after that, and finally, black is coordinated.
Right, so we'll see how Magnus will try to build on his initiative. 96, nice move. All right, it's not easy at all. Yeah, in case it takes, you can just recapture. So I don't see it, Robert. Let's see how Magnus will try to work his magic here. He's again down on the clock. Jan is always putting that pressure.
It's not easy playing Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's such a speed demon. And here, I think strategically, white doesn't really want to trade on e6, and that's why knight d2. So if you take on f4, that's a blunder because rook e7 check will happen first. Even if knight takes d4, have that pawn. We already saw Jan gobble a pawn on d4 in the first game. It wasn't working out well for him. He's certainly not going to take it here.
Yeah, I don't think so. Why not just a move like bishop to d7, develop the bishop, follow up with rook to e8, and I think black is doing absolutely fine. And there we go, bishop to e7. So I don't know, Magnus seemed to be having a slight initiative, but Jan has done a great job at neutralizing it.
Jan has been very steady today, and with a 1-point lead right now, the onus is on Magnus Carlsen to strike back at some moment. But Jan is looking relaxed. I saw the featured chat saying that, but it's true. He's leaning back in his chair, he's doing the rock away, and he's also developing his pieces and just bringing his rook to the center.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I guess Jan also knows that he doesn't have a whole lot to lose against Magnus. Magnus, of course, is the hefty favorite. So, you know, if he wins, that'd be fantastic. If he loses, you know, it happens. You know, you just move on. So I guess there's not a whole lot of pressure on him. He knows what it takes to beat Magnus. He's beaten Magnus, if I believe, like 4 times in classical chess. So he knows what he has to do.
That's correct. And even though the World Championship didn't go his way, I think that it was great preparation for him. It was a great experience. And a second World Championship didn't go his way. But it's clear that he's improving in many different areas of the game. And one of them is being increasingly solid, playing the opening like the Petrov. And he maintains in this one an equal position. And I don't see much of anything here, Benjamin. Jan, he may have bent in the first game, but he's showing that he is not going to break.
Yeah, for sure. Rook e8, good move, bring the rook into the game. Now Magnus finally defends the pawn as knight takes d4 was threatened. So let's see what Jan is going to do here. Maybe like knight g5, offer the trade of rooks, trade everything off, and black should be doing absolutely fine in that endgame. That being said, though, if all the rooks come off, white can perhaps hope for a very, very small edge. as you have the potential outside passer, you also have your pawns on dark squares, and we have light square bishops on the board.
Very, very instructive points there. Everyone, please take note of what Benjamin just said, that because white can create an outside pass pawn, certain endgames will be very nice, especially king and pawn endgames, because black will be distracted towards the flank, and then white can operate more in the center. And the light square bishops clearly favor white because of those light square pawns, which means, one, that white can attack black's pawns, and two, black's bishop is restricted. So Magnus might be counting on that, but I also wouldn't be surprised if one of them offers a draw in the next couple moves as all the rooks come off the board. It would take a big mistake for someone to lose this game.
Yeah, so we see knight d8, rook e8. Okay, so here Magnus is going to trade, go king f2, and there we have the move h4, Robert. He wants to create that outside passer. I guess now you go g3. Jan isn't too eager to trade. Like we said, that outside passer will give white some very small chances, but knight f7 on the board, a very solid move. I think he's headed to d6, followed by bishop g6. And so his knight can potentially go to f5. This should be a comfortable hold for Jan, I think.
It should be, but we've said that so many times when Magnus Carlsen is playing, someone should make a draw. It looks like Jan just offered a draw, and Magnus declined it by playing take on g5. So a draw was offered, Magnus not interested, and this still looks very level.
Bishop g6, a nice move here by Jan. The pawn on g5 was under attack, but for the moment you cannot take it as your bishop on d3 is hanging. And if you trade on g6 first, well, then the king on g6 defends the pawn. So, nice move. It puts the bishop on a more active diagonal. We see the trade here. Robert, I think this one is going to end in a draw pretty soon. The position is completely symmetrical.
There's nothing to attack, right? The knight on d6 protects the b7 pawn. If the knight comes to c4 for black, well, you can play b3. And the king is marching toward the center. Let me ask you, Benjamin. Did Magnus decline because he might want the quicker time controls where he feels like he's even more of a favorite? Do you think he's sort of wasting some match clock even in just the first few games?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. On the other hand, though, he is behind, so he should want more games in a match. I would think from Jan's perspective, a draw, like milking out the clock here, is not a bad idea. Again, you get less games in the match. So I think Magnus perhaps should resign himself to a draw here sooner rather than later.
There's just nothing to be done, right? The knight on e5 protects g4. The knight that was on e4 protected g5. There's nothing to go after here. I think both players, they know it's a draw, and yet Magnus, he always finds some chances. Look at this, c5. Does he want king d3, king c3, b4? It's not going to happen, right? There's no way. And he had to move his knight back because knight takes c5 was a threat there. So is Magnus really playing for a win here, or is he just shuffling about?
Yeah, I don't know what to make of this move knight c3 though. I don't know why Jan didn't just go back to f6. It looked very natural. Now Magnus can play the move knight f2, cutting off the return to the e4 square. Jan, however, can go knight to the b4, so he's still doing absolutely fine, but I don't know, like, the thing with Magnus is that the evil bar is always in the middle, but at some point it slowly but surely is going to creep up.
That's because the eval board doesn't take into context how difficult it feels to play a position. A big issue right now for Magnus is he would love to attack the a5 pawn, but his knight doesn't have a single square in the board where it can attack it from.
Oh, knight takes c5, Robert. Knight takes c5.
Oh, was there knight takes... No, there was not even knight takes c6 there. So that was a miss by both of them.
Real quick, knight takes c5 was a big opportunity for Jan. In case you win the knight, and knight takes c6, there's knight e4.
Ooh. So somehow the EVA bar says that's not even that impressive regardless. So knight takes c5 still maybe had drawing chances, but you can't miss those. If you're Magnus, you can't allow it. And if you're Jan, you need to find that moment.
Exactly. Now we see a trade on b4. Jan trades, and I think this is just headed for a draw. The king goes to c7, and there's nothing for either side to do. So, okay, if you're Jan here, do you just milk out the clock? I guess, well, he doesn't.
No, he just makes the draw by repetition. I think for both players, it's kind of uncomfortable to stall this early in the match. You just don't feel like you're in the rhythm of the games. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, 2-1 advantage right now. He gets the white pieces. He goes back to e4, and we're getting I think we're going to get another fight in this game too.
Mm-hmm. All right, and so we have the Sicilian 4 knights. Here, Jan has a couple of decisions. He can go knight db5. That could turn the game back into a Sveshnikov, but he went for knight takes c6, the other main line. Magnus recaptured with the pawn, and then e5, knight e4. And we see the move c5 by Magnus, ignoring the threat on the knight, but attacking the knight on e4.
This is such a fun opening position because my first instinct would be to play knight d6 check. And if the bishop takes d6, I'd want to take with the queen, but I can't because knight c2 fork at the end. I don't want to take on d6 with a pawn, and he's going for this exact line. That pawn, Benjamin, do you see it as a strength or a weakness because it is very deep in enemy camp?
Yeah, it's a great question, Robert. The good thing also about this pawn on d6 is that this pawn on c5 is practically isolated. After bishop e3, there's no such move as d6 here, so it's going to be awkward to defend. So what exactly is Magnus going to do here? You can defend it temporarily with queen a5, but white just goes queen e2, offers to create the trade of queens. And again, this pawn is terribly weak, so not easy to deal with this for Magnus. And hey, we've talked about this yesterday. Do you think there is a chance that Giannis looked at this for the World Chess Championship? Because again, for that match, I'm sure he's checked every single opening under the sun.
Jan's preparation has proven excellent, and he probably has looked at something like this for the World Championship. Queen f6, played by Magnus, so he defends tactically. He's not actually protecting the c5 pawn, but he says it's going to be an equal trade, 1 for 1. Give me your b2 pawn, your king feels less safe. And if you play a move like rook to b1, some kind of slow move, I think that black has knight to d4. Even now, after queen d2, knight sits on d4, please take me. I'll have e5 to follow it up, and that d6 pawn that we were talking about, it's no longer an argument. That one would be vulnerable.
But look at how Jan deals with it. He trades on d4 and goes queenside castles in. How do you defend the pawn on d4? If you go e5, white is going to blast up the structure with the move f4, and your center is falling apart. Jan's doing great here.
Oh, f4 is such a good find. And that way, if you take the d4 pawn, the d6 pawn remains alive, and that would be an issue. So suddenly Magnus in some danger here. Jan's preparation has been good. Should black, you think, just castle kingside, give up the d4 pawn, and eventually go after the white king?
I mean, you can try, but the king is sitting pretty safe over here. The pawn on c4 is providing a nice shield. The king can always move over with like king b1, king a1 potentially. I don't know, it's looking tough for Magnus. The annoying thing for him is that after e5, f4, queen takes d6, pawn takes c5, queen takes c5, there is the move rook e1, so he's going to go down a pawn here.
Although there's bishop e4 at the end of that variation with maybe an f5, but look at this. Magnus gives up the pawn in the center, and Jan looks confused. He's like, are you sure about that? Queen takes d4, a queen swap, and Magnus Carlsen saying, yes, you're up a pawn, but the a3, b2 pawn combination there, the one pawn stops two, and maybe there will be a way for him to go rook a5, castle, bring the other rook into the game, and just completely freeze white's pawns.
Yeah, if Magnus could get all of those moves in, he's perhaps doing all right. So let's see what Jan is going to do in the meantime. Perhaps he can just go rook to g1, or he might not even have to protect this pawn, because in case Magnus takes, there is the move rook g1, attacking the bishop, and you regain the pawn on g7. So I guess now is a good time for Magnus to castle here, or play a move like f5, gaining some space in the center, followed by king f7, king f6, and then you can go for that set with bishop c6, rook a5, rook b8, and you have some sort of blockade on the queen side, so it might not be that bad.
Magnus Carlsen may not believe in fortresses, but it looks like he has one in this game. So he plays f6, which apparently is not recommended by the engines. I think the engines, they're a bit harsh in the sense that objectively it was not the best move. There was something better there. Maybe Magnus had to castle quickly to protect the g7 pawn that threatens g2. Then you bring the rook to the c file. But f6 looks like a very natural move from the #1 rated player of the world.
Exactly. He wants to go king to f7, bring his king up to the board, so then he can go rook to b8, then bishop c6, I guess, rook a5. It's all looking pretty solid. c5 by Jan, a nice move. He wants to go perhaps bishop e5 and go after this pawn on a4. I like what he's doing. He's not allowing Magnus to consolidate here.
Well, now that actually explains why f6 was a mistake, because it allowed white to play c5, and look at the eval bar, it's going up more and more in white's favor. That's going to be a pass pawn on d6. Now that d7 is removed, but Benjamin, I look at this, I still feel like Magnus has very good chances to hold, but how could you not like white's position? The a4 pawn is loose as well.
Yeah, now this looks great for Jan. He is now in check, so I guess he has to go king b1 or king d2. The pawn on a4 is about to drop. He's got this pass pawn on d6. But yeah, if he takes the pawn on a4, he will have two connected passers on the queen side. This is looking very problematic for Magnus, Robert. And if Magnus loses this game, he will go down 2 points in the match.
And that could be a dream come true for Jan Nepomniachtchi and a nightmare for Magnus. You don't want Jan to feel the rhythm. As soon as he starts feeling good about his chess, we know how dangerous a confident Jan Nepomniachtchi is. He's run away with the candidates tournament. He won before even the final round was played. So do not give Jan this confidence. Right now, how could he not be confident with that d6 pawn 2 squares away from promotion?
Exactly, yeah. So let's see what Magnus is going to do. You can take on g2, but I suppose you just go rook e1, attacking the pawn on e6. And once you go e5, then you take on e4. And it's so annoying for Magnus that for the moment this d6 pawn remains on the board. This is looking super tough. And again, Robert, look at the clock. Jan again up a minute.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, he continues to do well on the clock. And Magnus Carlsen, he looks kind of upset right now. He does attack this rook on d4. That's the good news. But when the rook just slid over to b4, this a4 pawn at the end of it is going to be loose. But Jan apparently made a mistake. Rook to g1, yeah. The very natural move. Was that wrong somehow?
I think he played way too quickly here after e5. Why did he first of all not take an a4? And after bishop takes g2, I think he should also have considered the move rook to d1. Now, Magnus might be out of the woods. There's a check, but king e6. Black should be doing absolutely fine here because the rooks finally get active.
It looks so scary to allow 2 rooks on the 7th rank, but the king's already escaped the back rank, so there's not going to be a checkmate. And suddenly, we've seen this so many times, can Magnus Carlsen play for more? He's going to have the active king. He's going to bring a rook of his own down to the 2nd rank. And if he can get both of his rooks in the 1st rank, we could even see a back rank checkmate threat thanks to that pawn on a4. I think this is actually a position all 3 results are possible.
Exactly, the pawn on a4 would freeze the white king on a2. So that would be pretty tough for Jan. Also, these pawns on f2 and h2 are weak. Your majority on the queen side for the moment is quite useless. So I think Magnus is doing absolutely fine. Like you said, he has the potential to even play here for a win. He goes pawn at d7, Jan. Alright, so let's see what Magnus is going to do here. Maybe g5, preserving the g-pawn, or just going rook to d6.
But rook d6 is met by rook takes g7, so that would keep that pawn on the board. So he does play your first move, g5. That's a great choice, and this is why I believe that this position has chances for both sides to win. d7 remains, but look at Black's extra pawns on the king side. It's 4 on 2 on that side of the board. And the EVA bar suddenly is favoring Black because rook c4, and that rook can start going after those white pawns.
Yeah, we see a rook a6 check by Jan, but yeah, Magnus has a lot of potential here on the king side. He can go, let's say, rook f4 or rook h4, going after the pawn on h2. And Jan, for the moment, does not have a single active idea. The great thing here for Magnus is that he can, let's say, go rook h4, and he doesn't need to rush with going rook takes h2. He can go h5 first, as Jan has to keep an eye on this pawn. He also has to keep defending the pawn on d7. So, I don't know, has Magnus turned this one completely around?
He has indeed. That's a good move, though, rook to d3. Instead of defending passively, because rook f4, he'll play rook h3 and target that loose h7 pawn. I really like rook to d3, and I think for Black, Benjamin, the move you've been shouting for, h5. That looks very strong because White's main idea is rook h3, and if you go rook f3, Black can always play rook f4 and trade the rooks on that square to protect the vulnerable f6 pawn.
Yeah, h5 looks like a nice move. Like you said, for the moment, rook h3 is a big threat for Jan, and there we have it. Magnus is so precise in the endgame. And I don't know, Robert, holding this game would already be a big success right now for Jan, whereas before, it looked like he was on his way to another victory.
It's a turnaround, just like in game 1, where Magnus, he had the upper hand with the white pieces, and suddenly Jan was able to steal a bishop in the game. Now, Jan has to figure it out, where he was first better, and now he has to make that switch in his mind. So we have rook f3 on the board. Rook f4 looks very strong to me. If rook takes g takes f4, and look at Black's pawns. They're marching up very, very quickly there. They're going to be dangerous.
Exactly, but what about this idea, Robert? What about rook takes d7, and if you take an f6, you can give a check, king a2, and rook c1, and Magnus is going down. Wait, check on rook d1?
Oh, that actually was a mating net, potentially. So maybe there's a way out there for White, but this looks great for Black. The EVA bar is all the way down because White's king is cut off. Benjamin, it doesn't matter about the pawn quantity. I say this often in the endgame. Go take the h5 pawn. I don't care. But what's king e6, pawn e4? How are you stopping these passers?
I don't see it. Just go rook f2 here. Jan can go after the pawn on a4, but it will be super slow. Look at this, Robert. Jan is up a pawn, but his majority on the queen side is completely frozen. His rook on h3 is frozen. His king on b1 is completely stuck. This is a dominant position for Magnus Carlsen.
And what is he aiming for? It's black's turn, king to e3, just winning the after it's rook h5 potentially. So you need to be a little bit precise here. He plays e4 because it's, again, not about the quantity, it's about the quality. The f pawn is hard to stop.
Exactly, yeah. It's very difficult to make a move here for Jan. If you go rook to h8, then Magnus can now go rook g2, followed by f2. And you can't quite stop that pawn. You can't also create any counterplay over here. Again, you're completely frozen on the queen side. So Magnus looks to be on his way to another victory here.
Magnus Carlsen, the best endgame player of all time, adding another one to his storybook career. He just knows when to liquidate. He knows what pawn formations are best for him. And right now, he knows that he's going to even up this match 2-2. Benjamin, I don't think we could have asked for more from these first 4 games.
No, for sure. And it will be interesting to see how Jan will deal with this. We know that sometimes he can go on tilt, and this can be quite a tilting loss. He had a good position, perhaps a winning position out of the opening, and instead of winning, he did not only throw away the win, but then he also threw away the draw, and Magnus has now evened up the score.
And I think the good news for Jan after that loss is it is halftime. Midway through the time controls, they get a break. So we have seen 45 minutes of action. The score is 2-2. Both players talking to the team behind the scenes. And we see it here. With that victory, nope, it's not 1-2. You're going to see that update live in front of you. That will be 2-2 score. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Magnus Carlsen, they're evened up.
Exactly. Magnus with his first win of the match. I think he cannot be too unhappy. Jan could have also won this game with the white piece. He had a winning position, but Jan perhaps played a little bit too quickly.
Yes, he did bring us to a tie with a 2-2 score. And Magnus Carlsen, he can be happy once more. He's taking on Jan Nepomniachtchi for a trip to the semifinals here at the Speedchess Championship presented by Coinbase. More in just a few.
I'm Andrea.
And I'm Alex.
And we've been playing competitive chess since we were 6 years old.
We started by focusing on classical chess, but later we fell in love with playing Blitz and Bullet online.
Chess has been around for more than 1,000 years, but that doesn't mean that we can't modernize it.
Financial systems have been around for even longer. Sounds like it's time for an update.
And Coinbase is doing just that, re-envisioning an entirely new financial system that is decentralized and fully transparent.
Also, huge thank you to Coinbase for sponsoring competitive chess and making events like the SCC happen.
Go to coinbase.com/update the system to learn more.
September bots are here, and it's time for a monumental clash. This barbarian might not crush you on the board, but he certainly can crush you with the board. Speaking of crushing, this giant is a living siege tower. Usually found in groups, goblins are fond of sharp, pointy objects and other people's pieces. The battle-hardened Valkyrie might give you a game once she's done arm wrestling a golem. This hog rider and his noble steed might give you a headache or two. Skeletons adore her, foes fear her. You'll need to bring your A game if you want to beat this witch. Yes, there probably is a rabbit up his sleeve, or a huge fireball with your name on it. We hear wizards are pretty good at chess. Not just a killing machine, Pekka loves tiny butterflies. But you're probably not a butterfly, so watch out. The Archer Queen thinks highly of herself, and for good reason. She is a skilled tactician, deadly opponent, and your worst nightmare. Play them all on Chess.com.
Welcome back to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We have a 2-2 deadlock right now in the matchup between Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's no stranger to Magnus Carlsen. He's no stranger to the Speed Chess Championship. Back in 2019, he ended up in the semifinals before he was eliminated by Hikaru Nakamura. But Benjamin, he beat Ding Liren along the way, in addition to having the biggest margin in SEC history in his win over Alireza Firouzja.
Exactly, yeah. He beat Ding Liren in the match. I'm sure he would have loved to beat Ding in another match that took place this year. And I'm sure you also would have loved to beat Magnus in another match a couple of years ago. But he's having his chance here for revenge, Robert. The score right now is even, same as in the World Championship for quite a while. So let's see how he will deal with this loss. Perhaps the break came at a good time for him. It gives him some time to recuperate. It feels a little bit unnecessary to lose that one, as he could have also won.
Yeah, he did have a great position after he stole a D-pawn, had a passer of his own. But Magnus Carlsen does what Magnus does best. He wins endgames, even unwinnable-looking ones. So Jan Nepomniachtchi, he does have his work cut out for him. Having an even score right now is a good thing. And I believe, Benjamin, that he needs to stay in that even margin. If he goes down in this match, that's where it gets dangerous, because Magnus Carlsen, we know how difficult he is to beat once. Try to beat him several times in a row. I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think, though, the Jan gives himself the best chance by going up a game or two, holding on to that lead for as long as possible, and hoping that Magnus will get a little bit nervous. But if Magnus takes the lead, I think it's going to be smooth sailing for him. So let's see how the next couple of games will go.
And we are about to have liftoff in the fifth game of the 5-minute plus 1 second increment time control. There's Jan Nepomniachtchi, and here are the opening moves. We have knight f3 from Magnus in this game. So instead of our e4, e5s, and Petrovs, and turning into Frenches, we have an English.
Exactly, and here the move e3, an interesting move by Magnus. I wonder what exactly he has in mind in case Jan plays the move d5. Perhaps he wants to play something like knight c3. So let's see what Jan will do here. You can also go for a setup with b6, and there we have the move d5, and now the move b3 by Magnus.
And he's just trying to fianchetto on this long diagonal, staring towards the black king. And in these positions, sometimes white is able to hand black an isolated pawn on the d file. But say we see d4, so we have the box, all these pawns staring at each other. So Benjamin, in this opening, do you like black, or do you typically like this from white?
I think black's doing pretty well here. C takes d4 is a nice move by Jan. He could take on c4, and after Magnus recaptures, play a move like a6 followed by b5 and bishop b7, and it's turning into a bit of a queen's gambit accepted. But I think black is a pretty reasonable version. The knight on c3 is often a little bit misplaced, as it's blocking the bishop on the long diagonal, and very often you would rather have it on d2. So let's see what Jan is going to do. I think this approach with d takes c4 and a6 is very solid.
It's becoming sort of a queen's gambit accepted type of position, and the big part of these type of structures is that black has some weak squares, the c6 square in particular, and we see the light square bishops coming off and rook to a7 played. But I think white should take on b7, put a queen on f3, put a rook on c1 and d1, and that c6 square is tender, and black needs to look out for it.
Exactly. I'm a little bit surprised by the move rook to e7 by Jan. I think he would have also addressed the issue with queen b6. That's what he does now. But had he played queen b6 on the last move, he could have already played knight b7 or knight c6, and he should be doing completely fine. Now Magnus might have a move or two to create some problems for Jan. But if he doesn't do anything quickly, I think Jan is going to be doing absolutely fine here with knight b7 coming on the next move.
A problem for white is that all of the pieces look like they're in pretty optimal squares. You need to look where to improve. The rook on f1, that's the one piece. But rook to e2, that looks a bit silly. So maybe queen e2, rook d1, something like that. It does feel, though, as you said, that black is in time. So knight to e2. He's opening the c file. It's about that c6 square, potentially. And what do you make of this?
Yeah, so we see a trade on f3. I think Magnus's idea was that in case Jan would have played knight d7, there would have been knight c6, and that is why Jan traded first. Now he goes knight c6, bring his knight into the game. I think, Robert, you've highlighted this before. Magnus is going to try to apply pressure on that c6 square. He goes queen to c2, pressuring the knight, maybe a knight to d4 jump in the near future. So Jan still has a few problems to solve here.
Rook c8 would be a big blunder. Bishop d4 would be a winning tactic because the knight is pinned to the rook. So rook c8 would not be a good move, even though it looks like a normal one to protect that knight. Rook c7 is possible because bishop d4 after rook c7, you can actually take that piece because there are tactics on the e2 square. So you need to time these things correctly if you are both these players. But right now, Jan needs to avoid any sort of tactics that lose him some material. He walked right into it! Oh my gosh!
Robert, you cannot do this. If you're playing Magnus, you cannot make blunders like this.
Oh my god, we just spoke about it. The knight on c6 is pinned because of the back rank check. And Jan, he looks up at the ceiling, but there is no Beth Harmon solutions here. He's unfortunately going to lose this game. This is just clean material.
Yeah, he's down a very clean exchange. Queen b1 by Magnus. Now he's just going to trade off some pieces. What a blunder by Jan Nepomniachtchi. He could have just played rook to c7, and then, like you said, there would have always been these tactics with taking on d4 and taking on d2, but now he's down in exchange. And Robert, I think we've talked about this before. If you want to have a chance against Magnus, you cannot blunder like this, and you cannot just throw games.
That was an even-looking position, and now he is just down. A rook for a bishop. There's an open file. If the position were a bit more closed, maybe we would say that black had chances. Of course, if he had a pawn and a bishop for the rook, then sure. But it's a clean exchange. Rook for bishop. There's an open c-file. Rook c1 here. Looks very promising. Benjamin, this should be a one-sided finish.
Yeah, 92. A nice move by Magnus. Now he's just going to move a rook to c1. Queen c2, trade of the queens. And you can already pretty much resign here if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi. A very unfortunate loss that seemed... I mean, there was a little bit of pressure by Magnus, but yeah, he just had to find a couple of accurate moves to solve all of it.
It was just a careless move there. He just wasn't looking for tactics. He was looking for positional pressure. And look at his move, Queen e4. Magnus, even when he is winning positions, he continues to be precise. That knight wanted to land on c3 to close down the c-file, maybe get a pass pawn. Now that knight is pinned. The queen on b7 has to stay put, tied down to the c8 square. And look at this maneuvering. You can trade on c3 if you want. He says no. Queen on a6 protects it all. e2 and a2. Beautiful, instructive play from Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, great stuff here by Magnus. Jan goes pawn to g6. He still has that knight on c3. I guess now he's going to recapture with the pawn. Queen d3. I think if Magnus gets the opportunity, he's probably going to give his rook for the pawn. Rook c2. Magnus is winning here, but how do you actually convert this, Robert? There's still some work to be done.
And I wonder if Magnus has completely mapped this out, where he recognizes that certain endgames, if he takes on c3, and even if he's only up one pawn in the queen endgame, it's winning, because he just has that kind of knowledge. But here in this position, he might bring his king to help out in the center, queen to c4. That takes care of everything. b3 will be defended, and that c3 pawn, it's going to be surrounded.
Exactly, and now he can go queen to c4, king e2, and he should win this game pretty easily. So let's see what Jan is going to try to do here. Maybe king g7, moving the king up a little bit. There's nothing black can do. Jan just has to sit and wait here and wait for Magnus to show him how, this game is won. Now I think rook takes c3 is a good way to make things a lot easier for white. And there we go.
Just two extra pawns over there on the queen side. This is one where if the white king could be checked a bunch of times, maybe you have a chance. But at this stage, king e2 might actually have some problems with the g2 pawn being targeted. So it's not as easy as it would initially appear, perhaps.
Yeah, still some work to be done for Magnus. He goes king e2. Okay, now I guess queen d5, like you pointed out for Jan. Hitting that pawn in g2, which is awkward to defend. You can go for the move f3. But then there's queen g5. I guess then there's king f1. So Magnus should be winning here in many different ways, even just a5. He goes f3. So I guess after queen g5 here, he is going to go for the move king f1.
Yeah, then you don't see too many more checks. I mean, even here, queen g3 check, so what? King to f1. The problem is that the black queen needs to be in 3 different locations at once. It needs to be on h1, but then also go back to g3 when the king goes to f2. You just can't get everything there. White's pawns go up the board. Magnus Carlsen is going to take his first lead in this match.
Exactly, b4. He's just pushing the pawns up slowly but surely. King g8, Jan just shuffling back and forth. There's nothing he can do. Perhaps just b5 here. Or queen d4, another nice move, offering the trade of queens, but also attacking this pawn on h4. And if you take the pawn on h4, black never has any perpetual ideas anymore.
That's true. The king can slink away to the h2 square eventually, and you just block a check on the diagonal. So Magnus is up 3 pawns in a queen endgame, a few checks. That's about it. So Jan Nepomniachtchi resigns, and Magnus Carlsen up 3-2. Benjamin, here is the ultimate test for Jan. He now has lost a couple games. He's playing a king's game. I was about to say, can he rebound or is he going to tilt? He's going for, I need to win right now.
Exactly, yeah. Well, this is also what he played against me in Title Tuesday this week when he was in a must-win situation in the last round. We see Magnus repeating. I think this is also what Magnus played against Hikaru Nakamura in Norway chess. Jan going for knight f2. He's still playing super quickly, so perhaps he's looked at this before the match.
And Jan, he returns to openings from his childhood, right? These king's gambits. He plays the French defense as black. He's not afraid to play offbeat lines. But the problem with this particular opening is white's king is in the center. Rook g8 earned an exclamation point going to the open file. Maybe there's rook g3 to come. And it just feels like black is the one having the fun, at least for the time being.
Exactly, yeah. Black has easy development. The bishop cannot move out. The pawn on e4 is tender. So, I don't know. It feels like this king's gambit has backfired quite a bit. I remember also in Norway chess when Hikaru tried the king's gambit against Magnus. Magnus was not in trouble for a single moment in the game. He knows quite well how to tackle it.
Look at this position. The g2 pawn is loose, so the bishop on f1 can't develop. The e4 pawn is attacked and also pinned, so not only will there be tactics on the square, and he was queen of b3. I'm still liking the look of rook to g3, because that also threatens knight takes d4 here. I just said it earlier, but now it carries an additional threat. Rook e3 check's going to hurt. This looks like another potential one-sided game for Magnus. I think if he just goes on the offensive, Jan is going to be hurting.
Yeah, I like this move rook g3 that you pointed out. That it does threaten the move knight takes d4. It also introduces this idea of rook to e3 check. And the king has to perhaps go to d1. You can go bishop e2, but then you're in a pin. So it looks great so far for Magnus. The material's even. White is completely tied up. You cannot develop a single piece. And there we see it, Robert. Rook to g3.
It's so unfortunate for Jan. He's pinned along the third rank. His king is stuck in the center. And when I mentioned rook g3 several moves ago, it's just because that pawn is up on h4. One of the bad things about pushing pawns is you give away key squares. So black's pawn structure looks compromised with double f pawns. But Benjamin, we see that you get counterplay around it. Whenever you have double pawns, you have open files. There's an open e file. There's an open g file. There may be these isolated pawns in the f file, but that is not what's important. It's king safety, and the aggressive intentions are all in black's favor.
Yeah, and I already don't see what Jan should do here. Knight takes d4 is a very clear threat. Perhaps you have to move your queen, but he's just moved it. So is he going to move it again with like queen a4, but black just goes bishop to d7? Black almost has all of their pieces into the game. White only has these two knights developed. Your king is stuck in the middle. It's very difficult to develop bishops. So is Jan perhaps already a little bit on tilt, Robert?
Playing the King's Gambit was a sign to me that maybe he was. Does he really believe in the King's Gambit? That's another question. But against Magnus Carlsen, I would not be playing such a risky opening. It's backfiring completely. As you mentioned, the pin on the third rank, if the queen moves, I don't even know where he moved to. If the queen goes to c2, for example, then knight d5 into e3 is just another idea that I could go for. The pawn on e4 is pinned, and oh my goodness, this looks miserable.
This looks super tough for Jan, and what really indicates that he is struggling here is the clock. Usually Jan is up on time, but now he's almost down 1.5 minutes on the clock. He goes knight to f3, hanging the pawn on e4. Can Magnus just take it?
I actually like this decision. He's going to swap knights, I believe, and then he's going to try to tuck his king away. There's not another check in the position, but look at Magnus go. Bishop e6, giving up b7. He doesn't care about a single pawn. He wants to go after that white king. So Benjamin, it's all about timing, and b7 should not be captured.
And look at this variation, Robert. If Magnus grabs his pawn on b7, Magnus wants to go rook b8, attacking the queen. And if you take on c7, there's rook takes b2. And if you take the rook, there's queen e3 checkmate. So Magnus for sure cannot take this pawn, but then where is he going to go with the queen?
That is such a beautiful line. If you can't take on b7 because a tactic is the rook takes b2 check, then you probably just have to move your queen to d1. No, he plays bishop to c4. I want to take and play knight e5, but I'm not sure if it works. It probably does.
Yeah, I assume it does, because you cannot take the pawn, it hangs the queen on c4, and if you take the knight, you hang the pawn at g2 with devastating effect. So what do you do? Queen b5, but maybe then just c6 followed by knight d3 or something. Yeah, that looks crushing, Robert.
It looks like it's going to be a swift victory for Magnus. He's doing the right thing by calculating right now about bishop takes c4, followed by knight to e5. It's very direct. It's one attacking move after another. You hit the queen. When the queen gives you a check, you hit the queen again. Oh, he castles queenside instead, and I can hardly blame him. Knight e5 still a threat. The white king, not very safe at all.
This looks terrible for white. Rook to g8 is coming, attacking the pawn on g2. Jan still has not completed his development, and his king is super weak on f2, so the king's gambit has backfired tremendously.
The king has been gambited. That king is going to be stolen, and black is going to checkmate it, and it's going to be another win for Magnus. That would be 3 in a row, and I don't know how Jan is going to bounce back from that, but king's gambit is not the answer.
And there we have the move knight to e5. You cannot take the d pawn, you hang your queen, and again, if you take with the knight, you hang the pawn on g2, so there's nothing here for Jan. I mean, you're gonna have to move the queen, then black can take on f3 with the rook or with the knight, and black just gets a crushing attack, and black is even up a pawn, and Magnus takes a 2-point lead.
Resignation was the only solution to that position. Can't look at it anymore. Magnus Carlsen up 4 games to 2, and now with the white pieces, Magnus, he's going to his fianchetto setup, and will he go to a Catalan? That's the big question. No, he instead goes to a King's Indian attack.
Yeah, and he goes for this move a4. Quite a funny little move. I wonder what exactly the idea is. We see Jan playing the move knight c6 very quickly. He can now go e5, grab space in the center. But Robert, it's going to be interesting to see how Jan will deal with all of this. I mean, he lost that game with the white pieces. Magnus came back, and yeah, now he's losing game after game.
And look at this position here. It's one where it's a solid position for both sides, and that tends to favor Magnus against anybody on the planet. So black's position, great opening thus far from Jan. He is not worse. You see the eval bar right down the middle, and he can't afford to beat himself. Playing the King's Gambit like that, it's what you were talking about yesterday, Benjamin, where you play some kind of risky opening. He lost in 13 moves to Arjun. He lost a pretty quick one to Magnus. And what just happened there? Why did the eval bar go all the way down for a second?
So it seems that rook d8 might have been a miss. I think Jan had the opportunity to go b6 followed by bishop to a6, which would have been very uncomfortable for Magnus to deal with, as where do you go with the queen, right? You cannot go to e3, going back to e1 looks quite passive. You can go knight c4, but then you're pinned, and if you go c4, then you create a lot of weak squares. Now Jan goes for bishop to g4, also a nice move, as he can potentially take control over the square on d4.
And he protected his e5 pawn, which is under threat by 3 pieces, at least before white played c3 because of the pin on that f3 knight. So c3 play to stop that knight d4 move you talked about. The bishop on b2 looks quite silly. It's funny playing an opening like this, where it looks like white is not doing anything right, and yet the eval bar is saying it's completely fine for Magnus. He gets away with these type of openings because objectively, they're just fine.
Exactly, yeah. Jan is doing absolutely fine here. He goes queen e6, stepping the queen up a little bit. I think the reason why white is doing fine here is because this knight on c6 doesn't have anywhere to go to for the moment. The squares on b4 and d4 are restricted. On the other hand, the knight on c4 is quite active. It can potentially move around to e3 and d5 or f5. So we see the move rook f1 by Magnus. I wonder exactly what he has in mind. And also this bishop on b2, for the moment it looks silly, but it can always reroute via c1 to e3 or g5.
It's likely to happen, and bishop h3, one of black's main ideas when you line the queen and bishop up, is not possible because the knight g5 jumps with a fork of queen and bishop. So rook to e1, protecting the e4 pawn, overprotecting it, you could say. And maybe he'll slice queen back to f1 at some point and then play h3 himself and just try to kick this bishop out of there.
Right, so let's see what Jan's going to do here. He takes a little bit of time. He goes knight to e8. I think a nice move. He wants to go knight to d6 to try to trade off this active knight on c4. So now, if Magnus wants to keep this knight on the board, perhaps he has to consider a move like queen to c2, so he can meet knight d6 with knight e3. Because otherwise, after the trade, it feels like Jan gets a pretty comfortable position. You can always recapture with the rook, move the other rook to d8, and then perhaps try to infiltrate. And Magnus goes h3. And Robert, you've talked about this before. This pawn is not hanging because of knight g5.
So that's a very nice move then. But I still think that your ideas are nice for black. Bishop takes f3. You have to take with the queen so you don't drop a pawn on h3. And then knight to d6. And the problem for white is that b3 pawn is so tender. You played the move c2 to c3. I think one of white's best ideas is to push that pawn back, grab it back to c2 to keep your pawn in a chain and thus protect it.
Exactly. So let's see what Jan is going to do here. He can trade on f3, bishop h5, also very logical, keeping the pin on the knight. Rook 81 by Magnus, and now perhaps it's time to go for that move knight to d6. What you can also do, Robert, is go f6 followed by bishop to f7 to reroute that bishop and put some pressure on the pawn on b3, but knight e6 was chosen by Jan.
I like the look of this for black. It's starting to appear very solid. I think that if Magnus wants to play for more, at some point he might need to throw in g4. And wow, rook d5. You're hitting the bishop on c5. You're stopping the queen's stair to c4 and b3, and you're also threatening the e5 pawn with another piece, so g4 suddenly might be a pretty big threat.
Yeah, so let's see what Jan's going to do. He takes on c4. I suppose that Magnus is just going to recapture, because if you take the bishop, black can take on b2, and should be doing absolutely fine, and there we see the recapture by Magnus. But great point, Robert. If you move the bishop to the wrong square, perhaps this pawn on e5 can be hanging in some variations. Also, Robert, in case of, let's say, bishop to f8, there might be a rook takes d8, and if you take the rook, then white can trade on d6 and give you double isolated pawns. So maybe you have to play bishop to d6.
Wow, process of elimination, that pays off for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Good call by you, Benjamin. That looked like a very bad endgame for black. So bishop d6 keeps all the pieces on the board. I still like the look of g4 for white, especially because e4 is defended so many times. It's not like you're inviting the bishop onto a particularly nice square, and then white can consider knight h4 and either take that bishop on g6 or bring the knight to f5. So maybe knight h4 now makes sense, g4 first. I'm not sure which is superior, but either way, I do think that knight on f3 needs to improve.
Exactly. So let's see what Magnus is going to do. If Jan gets another move here, he might have the time to go knight e7, attack that rook on d5, and once the rook slides back, he can take on c4 and ruin white's pawn structure. So Magnus has to be a little bit careful here, and that is why he's investing some time. So let's see what he's going to do.
It's such an important variation that this knight e7 is a threat. It would be bad news for the white pawn structure and that bishop on b2, which is looking particularly useless. So what to do here? Maybe can't go bishop f1. I almost hung a piece, but he goes knight d2. Same idea. That way the queen is defended on c4 by a piece rather than just a pawn.
Exactly. So now knight e7 can just be met with rook d3, and in case you take, white can recapture with the knight. So Robert, what about this idea right here? f6 followed by bishop f7, bring the bishop back into the game. Although it's not bad over here, but I think the bishop can have more effect on this diagonal.
There's such an important point that rook takes d6 here. It was not available because the black rook would have taken back to defend the queen. Instead, we see the queens come off the board. And what is this ending? White gets a pair of bishops, but black gets the open d-file. Oh, or not so fast. Closing that d-file. But after bishop f7, rook d6, c d6, who do you think that transformation of pawn structure will favor?
It's a good question, Robert. I feel like black should be doing fine there. We see the move rook 88 by Jan, and bishop a3 played quickly by Magnus. Rook to d7. If Jan gets another move here, bishop f7. He's kicking the rook away, but bishop f1, great move by Magnus. He's rerouting the bishop to c4 or b5, and all of a sudden, there's all these pins lurking in the position.
And I'm looking at the clock, and we typically say Jan is ahead on time, not against Magnus Carlsen. We see Magnus with a 40-plus second lead. This is bad news for Jan in this game. Now it's over 50 seconds, and there's a pin on b5. If you take on d5 twice, you lose your rook because the bishop comes to c4. This starts to look bad for black as white has the bishop pair in an open space.
Yeah, this is starting to look unpleasant for Jan. It's really annoying for him that it's just one move too late. You would love to go bishop f7 here, but again, there's takes and bishop to b5. So he goes knight b8, not a move you want to make. And b4, great move by Magnus. He is opening up the queenside so that he can create an outside queenside passer.
That's such a great move from Magnus. And if he takes on a5, he's threatening to win a pawn or open the b-file for his rook. So Jan takes on b4, but we've talked about this in other games. The passer, the outside pass pawn, is the most dangerous one, and there's a bishop on f1, helping that pawn go all the way up to a6. Benjamin, I already have the inkling to believe that Magnus Carlsen is going to win this game.
Yeah, now this is starting to look really good for Magnus. Jan can perhaps consider the take on d5 followed by bishop f7. And I don't see right away how you actually defend a pawn. But Magnus is always going to have good chances in the endgame with the a-pawn pushing on the board. But Robert, look at the clock. Jan all of a sudden down to 30 seconds.
And he walks into a pin, but after rook d7, bishop to b5, there's rook d6, and it's thanks to the pawn on b4. So that pawn would like to be thrown off the board for just a second. Unfortunately for Magnus, it is there now. Great awareness. What has changed by pushing a pawn? It's blocked the bishop on a3.
Exactly, and also with this recapture, white is weak in the d4 square, which is what Jan is aiming for. If the knight lands on d4, all of a sudden there's all sorts of forks. There's knight f3 check, there's knight c2, so Magnus has to be careful here. So let's see what he's going to do. I think taking on d7 makes a lot of sense, the bishop e5. Black has to play rook d6, but what is the follow-up? There is rook c1, but I suppose after knight d4, Black should be doing okay. You can take the pawn on c7, Black can take and follow up with, let's say, bishop e8, and you can defend the pawn on b5.
So he starts with rook c1. If there knight d4, there might be rook takes c7. Watch out for tactics here, as the rook on d7 is kind of pinned with the rook there. He walks into it, but what is this?
All right, Magnus goes for these up a pawn here. Rook takes d8 now is forced. King of 7, the only move. Perhaps Jan still has quite good compensation here with the rook coming to, well, not c1. Well, where's the rook going then, actually?
Probably to c3, because you're going to go rook c3, and if the bishop slides back to b2, you throw in knight f3 check, then bring rook to... Oh, rook b3 hangs a bishop c4 check idea. This is very complicated. Many tactics, easy to overlook, some checks and forks and everything, pretty much.
Right, but Rob, maybe his idea is to go rook c3, attack the bishop in case the bishop b2, then knight f3, and then rook c2, and you keep chasing down the bishop. If it goes to a3, then you go rook c3, attack it again. If it goes to a1, you go rook c1, and maybe that way Jan would be able to save a draw.
Ooh, very important move, bishop to f3, because g4 was not in time to shut that bishop out. He goes bishop b2, going after this knight. I don't think that Jan can afford to give the knight on d4, but you can't get rook c1 in without that bishop leaving the board, so it's one of those trade-offs.
Yeah, it goes knight e2. Okay, now Magnus perhaps has to trade off that knight for his bishop. It would weaken the light squares around his king. But if he goes king h2, and there we see the trade, if Jan now gets the time to go like rook c2, followed by bishop f3, he should have real counterplay. But one thing you have to be careful of, Robert, is that after bishop a3, if white plays f5, all of a sudden white would be threatening checkmate on f8.
Oh, this is checkmate net. f5, rook f8, checkmate. That's why rook takes g3 was not played. But wait, he walks into f5.
f5? Okay, I guess you have to go g6 or g5?
Isn't there even bishop takes e5 in a position like this? The bishop on d1 is hanging at the end of the line. The rook on d8 snipes it from across the board.
Right, but black gets a lot of pawns. You can recapture, take on g3, maybe go rook a3 after. Magnus down to 14 seconds. Maybe he can also go a5, takes on b6, he goes g4. Okay, but now you're going to take the pawn.
Yeah, the a4 pawn is loose. He wanted some kind of checkmating neck that doesn't seem to fully exist. And now that a4 is gone, b5 next. I think Jan is out of the woods.
Exactly, and with both players getting low on time, this is anyone's game. Rook b7, a clever little check by Magnus. The bishop moves to e2, bishop b7. If anything, it still looks a little bit uncomfortable for Jan here.
And Jan can blunder a bishop. If the king gets out to f2 now, rook... Oh, the rook's on b6, not on b7.
Oh, but king f2, there goes the bishop.
He walked into it in a different way, and the pawn on f5 lives on because of rook g5. This is going to be a win for Magnus Carlsen. Oh no, this looks like game one in reverse.
And bishop h8, what a great move, hanging on to the bishop. Okay, king f8, and now you just go rook a7, followed by f6. Wait, but you are a little bit stuck though. How exactly do you make progress? Rook e7, maybe Jan can push with the pawn. The bishop is stuck over here, but now Magnus is pushing up his king, and this should be a win.
Yeah, it should be. The king can also help out. f7, f8, and that is the game. Magnus Carlsen goes up by 3 points. He has now won 4 straight games. Benjamin, that's very, very bad news for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
That's bad news for Jan indeed. He's having his chances in these games, but he fails to capitalize on them, and Magnus is just a little bit more precise in those final moments, and that is why right now he's having a 3-point lead in the match.
And we see that Jan Nepomniachtchi, he essays the Italian game, no more King's Gambit from him, but he needs to score victory from what is typically seen as quite a solid position rather than a tactical one.
Exactly, yeah. No, I think the King's Gambit clearly backfired. Jan is playing an opening right now that is objectively sound. He goes knight a3. This is quite reminiscent of their last game in the 2021 World Chess Championship. Magnus going rook to e8. I guess he wants to go bishop e6, trade of the bishops. Again, not the most exciting game so far, but this is often how the Italian goes. Like, both players are trying to play for small advantages.
And you see, these players know it very well because the bishop trade was offered. White brings the bishop to b5. Black quickly retreats the bishop to d7 despite having just moved the piece. So look at this. No pawns have been traded. It's an even position in terms of material. But where do they go for from here? White might strike with d4, but black is aiming at the e4 pawn.
Exactly, yeah. Magnus now rerouted his knight to g6. This gives him the option to go c6, kick the bishop away, and then perhaps go d5 at some point in the future and build in the center. g3, an interesting move by Jan. It deprives the knight on g6 of the f4 square, but he is weakening some light squares around his king.
The light squares could be black's for the taking, especially if you could hop your knight forward, but unfortunately the pawn on g3 takes away the knight on g6's forward jumps. And Benjamin, my coach, always used to tell me, knights on b3, g3, b6, and g6, they're often the worst squares for a knight because not only do they not get able to jump forward based on a pawn, but they end up staying there a bit too long.
Exactly, yeah. So we'll see how this plays out. In the meantime, Jan goes pawn to b4, expanding on the queen side. The good thing, though, about this knight on g6 is that it will always protect this pawn on d5, and that is why... Wait, but bishop takes d5? Robert, isn't that just a blunder?
Uh-oh, the queen on c7 is loose. So what is Magnus thinking here? Oh, bishop b3, trusted him.
Jan misses it.
Oh, let's go back. Let's bring up an analysis board just to show everybody what that looked like when two of the best players on the planet, they just didn't really think. They didn't spend enough time. Bishop takes d5. You couldn't take back as you're showing because the queen was loose on c7. So black is lucky that you don't actually lose, a bunch of material, but that was a central pawn, and that would have been good news for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Exactly, and again, he has to take advantage of these opportunities when they present them. Now Magnus has a very comfortable position. He goes queen e6, attacking the pawn, rook ab1, and bishop to e6. And Robert, I already slightly prefer black's position. He's got a very nice center here. The pawn on b4 is a little bit loose. The pawn on a4 was a little bit loose. That's why Jan moves it up to a5. And Magnus has very easy piece play.
And the one thing going for Jan is the b4 pawn cannot be captured just yet because bishop takes d5. The queen would be in line with the rook. Rooks win showdowns with queens, but that was a big miss. I think that's one of those moments where we can't beat around the bush. We can't sugarcoat it. Jan needs to find those moves when Magnus blunders, and maybe because it wasn't a huge change in evaluation, Chess.com doesn't give it a blunder. That's what we call blunders, right? Top grandmasters say, I just blundered that idea. He just didn't see it coming, and Jan, unfortunately, he didn't see it either.
Yeah, quite shocking because it seemed to be quite elementary. But okay, the good thing for Jan is that the position is still even. That being said, it's difficult for both sides to come up with a plan here. So let's see what he's going to do. Maybe like king g2, move his king up a little bit. Like you said earlier, the pawn on b4 for the moment is not hanging because if you take, there's always going to be bishop takes d5. So we see knight f5 by Jan. The idea is that in case black takes, you recapture with the pawn, attack the knight on g6, and once the knight moves, then this pawn on e5 is hanging. So let's see what Magnus is going to do. Maybe just queen d7, threaten to take the knight, and I don't see anything better than just moving the knight back to e3.
That's probably what he's going to go for because there isn't anything better there. And that would be a funny repetition of queen d7, knight e3, queen d6, knight f5. Not one you see every day. But why should Magnus make a draw here? His center is perfect. Look how solid it is. From b7 to d5, his e5 pawn is defended. So if I'm Magnus, I'm looking for more. I'm not just trying to draw this game from the black side. And he can really put the pressure on Jan. 3 points is a lot, but in bullet, anything can happen. If he extends this to 4 and Jan can tilt, that would mean it's Magnus's match, and Jan, I don't know how he would be able to get back in it.
Yeah, and it's looking tough already for Jan. He's going up on time here in this one, though. He's already up a minute. Magnus just has to move the queen. The queen can really go anywhere. Can go to d7, c7, or even f8. I wonder if after queen d7, Jan perhaps is considering a move like knight to h4 to keep the game going. Perhaps that could be worth consideration.
Yeah, it also loosens up the e5 pawn because the knight on g6 is defending that pawn. It's its only defender if the queen is to slide away. So I like the look of a knight h4. And Magnus, he's really spending a ton of time here. Does he have any other square? We talked about queen d7. Maybe he's looking in a different direction.
Yeah, Magnus spending a lot of time here. He's dropping 90 seconds below on the clock. I don't know.
Whoa.
Okay, he goes for it. He goes for bishop takes f5, but isn't this just losing a pawn?
Does he want, after rook takes e5, maybe knight g4, and then after the rook moves back, the knight takes on f5? It looks like that's what he's going for.
Right, he goes knight d7, same idea. Perhaps Jan could even consider a move like d5, sacking the rook, but if you take, you get these 2 pawns over here, and if the queen moves, maybe a move like f6. I mean,
I love it.
I don't know what to make of this by Magnus.
Remember when Jan didn't sack on g5 in a previous game? Knight takes g5. He had an option to get 2 pawns and open to king. Here he goes.
He goes for it.
He's leaning back. He plays d4. It earns the 2 exclamation points. And this is what he needs to get him back in the match. Moves like that, you sacrifice material in the center of the board. And Benjamin, as you said, if knight e5, de5, and you allow a pawn to get up to f6, objectively, we see the eval bar saying black is okay, but in blitz chess, black loses that position most of the time.
Yeah, it looks super tough for black. Okay, here we see Magnus accepting the sacrifice. His queen is under attack. I guess it's going to go to d7, hitting the pawn. You can also just defend the pawn with a move like knight d4, followed by rook e1, maybe f6, e6 at the right moment. Or you can set up this battery, queen d3, bishop c2, and then e6 or f6. And Magnus, in the meantime, doesn't have any active plan, so I love this exchange sacrifice by Jan.
It's great. Queen takes b4 is available. He does go for it just now, but I think f6 still looks very strong. And the point is that knight g6 is unavailable in that particular line because of bishop takes d5 with a threat not just against the queen, but if queen takes g6 check, the f-pawn would be pinned. So f6 here looks like a huge opportunity for Jan, but maybe Magnus is willing to sacrifice his queen and he'll get 2 rooks for it.
And there we go, f6 is on the board. Great move by Jan. Like you said, in case of takes and knight g6, there's bishop takes d5. The queen is under attack, and you also threaten to hit this knight over here. So perhaps Magnus has to give up his queen on b1. And he will have 2 rooks though, but his king on g8 is going to be super weak.
And the fact that Magnus hasn't moved yet, could he have somehow missed this? Like, queen takes b1 is the only move. You lose the game because queen takes g6 check leads to immediate mate. He has to play queen takes b1, follow that up by taking on d5, I think with the rook. Maybe he's not even that much worse. The eval bar is pretty high, Benjamin, but I think they're great drawing chances for black.
I mean, to be fair, this does look really nice for white. If you get the queen to h6, it's just going to be checkmate, so you can even, and there we see queen to c1 right away. I guess Magnus has to play king h7 or rook d6 or rook a6, so that in case you take on h6, black still has the move rook takes f6. We see king h7, knight d4. This should be a win for Jan. I mean, knight f5 and queen takes h6 is coming.
And Jan knows it. The way he just looked, he's like, yep, that knight is coming in to help do some of the heavy lifting, and it's unstoppable. Don't play knight f5 now, because knight f3 check will win the queen. So he breaks king up to g2, and knight f5 is next.
But now Magnus has the time to go rook d6, because now he's just in time with rook takes f6, queen f4, nice move by Jan, rook to e8, but black's king is so weak over here, and I love this move h4, so that in case of a potential knight g6, you can always push the pawn all the way up to h5.
Really nicely done from Jan right now. And now queen f5 check, you can pick up the d5 pawn if you want that as well. The knight is loose on c4, the b7 and f7 pawns are also hanging. If Jan doesn't win this game, I just don't know how you beat Magnus Carlsen.
No, he has to win this one. He's up 2 minutes on the clock. Queen d7. Nice move by Jan. And now queen e7. The point is that after king g8, there is knight to f5. And there's just no move for Magnus. Jan is going to win this game.
This is beautiful technique from Jan because he could have taken the d5 pawn, but that would have given black better chances. Instead, he just brings all of his pieces, the h-pawn, the knight, and that's game over. Jan Nepomniachtchi strikes. It's back to a 2-point lead for Magnus Carlsen, and Jan, he should be feeling much better about his chances.
Yeah, great game by Jan. And what I especially liked from him is that when he got into a winning position, he took his time. He took his time to find the precise moves, and he put Magnus away. We saw that earlier in the match. He got some good positions, but he rushed a little bit, and that's where he let Magnus escape and even turn the game around. But we see that if he takes his time, he's able to beat Magnus.
And we also see that when Magnus loses a game, he goes back to a more solid approach. Look at this. Queens are off the board. It's not going to give Jan tactical opportunities. He firmly believes that he can beat can beat Jan in endgames that may look equal but have more to them than initially meets the eye.
Exactly, yes. So perhaps the move c3 here, restricting the knight on c6. It can no longer go to b4. And you defend the pawn on d4 once more. Bishop g4, a nice developing move by Jan. I assume he should be doing fine here with a move with a rook moving to e8. But like you said before, Robert, Magnus is playing for these very small advantages. His pieces are slightly more flexible. This knight on c6, cannot go anywhere for the moment. Rook e8, the knight on e2 for the moment is under attack though.
And Magnus was mad at himself. I think the reason why is when he played c3, after the knight went to c6, is his knight couldn't jump to e5, which was one of his major plans. So Magnus seems like he's a bit uncomfortable with what's been happening. And this position does look good for white in the sense that there's no immediate risk in the position. The knight can't go to f5 now because the e2 knight was loose. He plays g4, gains more space. That knight can go to g3 from e2 as well. I can't say that I love White's position, but I think he has a nice small plus, Karpovian style.
Exactly, yeah. He just has a little bit more space for his pieces. They can maneuver a little bit easier. I guess this knight wants to go to g2. Maybe this knight wants to go to g3. King f2, bishop d2, move this rook into the game. Then slowly but surely expand on the king side. This looks like vintage Magnus. So let's see how he will try to tighten the screws in this endgame.
He brings up knight back to g2. That allows him to play bishop f4. Next, if he wants to trade those pieces, he can also play h4, king f2, rook h1, maybe strike. And I think this is a mistake that many players make, is they think, oh, just because the queens are off the board, there's no such thing as an attack. I think White can go after the black king with those pawn pushes up the king side.
Exactly, yeah. What we have here is called a queenless middle game. Only the queens have been traded, but for the rest, all of the pieces are still on the board. King g7 by Jan, moving his king up the board a little bit. Perhaps this move bishop f4 that you suggested earlier, Robert, it would force the trade of bishops. Black would have to trade, as otherwise White's going to trade themselves and give you double isolated pawns on d6. And then the knight will come to f4, and g5 all of a sudden is a threat.
I love it. And so bishop f4 looks reasonable. I might even start with h4, just because I'm not sure really if g5 is a threat from White's perspective, but it keeps that alive. So it makes Black have to think. But Magnus is the one thinking here. We're about even on the clock. I do prefer White's position, but you need to create specific targets.
h4, also a nice move by Magnus. We see h5 by Jan, okay, g5. Now the knight moves back to g8. This might look passive, but the knight can reroute from g8 to f5 from where it would be putting pressure on the pawn at h4. Magnus recaptures with the knight, and actually, I like this move, knight ce7, as now Jan can go pawn at c6 to strengthen that pawn on d5.
Extremely precise play from Jan, because the knight at c6 was bad. It left d5 vulnerable. He reroutes that knight from c6 to e7 to c8 up to d6. We can see more play for Black. And look at c4 from Magnus. He's striking in the center while Black is moving to the back rank. I feel like there are some attacking chances against the Black King, especially if a knight lands on e5.
For sure, yeah. And what I also like about this move c4 and knight takes c4 is that it stops Black from playing knight to d6. So now you have to find a different way to get your knight into the game. Jan, of course, could also play knight g7 followed by knight f5. But the moment you go knight f5, White can always take, and you definitely do not want to recapture with the pawn. So Jan should be doing fine here, but he still has to figure out how exactly he's going to get his pieces into the game.
And so for Magnus, king f2 comes to mind. Rook e2 followed by rook to e1, doubling on the e-file. He plays rook d1 instead. Maybe he's hinting at some kind of d5 pawn push at the right moment. And also, well, the knight was stuck on c8 for the time being, but he's trying to free both of his knights. So that knight on e7 can move successfully, and then the knight on c8 can join it afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. Rook d8, nice move getting out of the pin on the e-file. The bishop can go to f5 or to e8 to strengthen that f7 point a little bit. Robert, he might have to be careful. The bishop e8 might run into something like bishop takes g6, and there are tactics with knight e6 check. So let's see what Jan is going to do here. White certainly has some attacking chances here.
It's a good find. The e6 square is soft, so watch out for those sacrifices on g6. And here, maybe Jan to take my bishop. That's not important. You have an isolated pawn. So I can see an argument for knight b6. Please take that bishop. I'll blockade the square in front of your IQP. He goes knight d6 instead because his knight e7 is actually covering the square. But this transition, knight d7, rook d7, into the more of an endgame, that does seem good for Black.
Yeah, I like how Jan has played this. He's actually outmaneuvered Magnus perhaps a little bit. One of his knights is headed to f5. It would pressure the pawn on h4 and the pawn on d4. The knight on e7 is loose, but there's not a single discovery for Magnus that works here. If you take on g6, Black recaptures with the knight, problem solved. If you take an f7, you recapture the king and the knight is defended. And if you take on d7, you recapture with the rook and the knight is defended again. So he goes king to f2.
I think it's a good move. Bring your king as a weapon in the endgame. But I like bishop f5 here. You mentioned that Black needs the f5 square for a knight. Let's first swap bishops, open the d-file for the rook on d8, then plant a knight on an outpost square. That h4 pawn and both the d4 pawn, they're very loose and Black's staring at them.
Yeah, Black would love to trade off these bishops, also because all of these pawns are on light squares. So I think Magnus should keep those on the board with bishop to f1, also because it stops Black from putting a knight on f5.
Bishop f1 seems to be the correct choice at this moment for Magnus Carlsen. I'm looking at the clocks. Magnus, he is up just 10 seconds, so it's pretty even on the clock. And Jan continuing to make good moves. Let's get rook to c8. Maybe we'll have a c5 in the near future, or even a knight b5. Don't count that out, because if white takes on b5 and c takes b5, there's an open c file and only black has a rook down that line.
Exactly. So now we have an interesting position. Both sides have gotten all of their pieces into the game. And now the question is, how do you further improve? It's not obvious to me at all. I think if black gets a move or two, maybe he wants to go rook c7, defend the knight on e7 a little bit more, maybe bishop to c8, and then move a knight to f5 to hit the pawn on h4, or actually maybe the d knight, as then you also put maximum pressure on the pawn on d4.
Ooh, knight c4, so Magnus trying to trade off pieces. And if you play d5 as white, I'm wondering if black will play c5, push through, and try to give chances for a pass pawn on the queen side. So it's a big moment here for Magnus. That isolated pawn is a long-term weakness, but maybe you can't successfully push it. And if that's the case, then you're going to have to make a move like, I don't know, knight back to e5 or knight to e3, just trying to create some sort of play for yourself.
But Robert, does this actually work? Can Jan just take on d5, maybe take on c4, take on d5, and then create a pin along the d file? It all looks very loose. And also, like you mentioned before, there is that rook c2 check, so quite a risky approach here by Magnus.
I think he's going to give up that pawn in the center. So knight c4, bishop c4, pawn takes d5, maybe just bishop back to b3. It does look bad for white now that actually I'm seeing it happen on the board. And Jan, he senses that he has an opportunity. He is now up a pawn and better.
Wait, but bishop takes d5. Here's the thing, Robert. If you go rook d7, there's bishop b3. But does he have bishop to c2? Oh, there's rook d2, and then your bishop is hanging. So what is the move here for Jan? He goes rook c2 check, but now king g3 maybe?
Ooh, he plays rook e2 because if the rook takes e2, the king can take back, protecting the rook on d1. So what was the miss there from Jan? It was not easy to spot.
No, for sure it was not. So let's see what he's going to do here. Perhaps he's going to trade. The king will recapture. He can take on d5. Black should be doing absolutely fine here, but keep in mind, he's down in the match, so he would like to take advantage of any opportunity he can get. So can he perhaps cook up something here?
It is officially the final game in the 5+1, and we see pieces are being traded off. Jan realizes that he should be able to hold the draw here, but I prefer the knight to the bishop. Because in this endgame, the knight can hop from color complex to color complex. The bishop is stuck in the light squares, not attacking anything. Of course, it should be a draw, but much of chess should be a draw without someone making a mistake, and mistakes happen, especially when the players are down to a minute each.
Exactly, and keep in mind that this pawn on h4 can turn into a weakness. If black can go king e6 to f5, black can also play for win. So it's not that easy here for Magnus as well. Also, the position is fairly open, and that often favors the bishop. So let's see what Magnus will do. He goes knight e4. Now Jan has to trade as the pawn on f6 is under attack. And then perhaps he has the time to step up his king.
And king e6, there might be knight c5 check. So that could work out for black, but you need to be careful. So he plays b6 first, of course. And yeah, there doesn't seem to be any more forward jumps. King e6 coming. Benjamin, you make a good point. The black could actually win this game if white's not careful, and that king goes up to f5 and into g4.
Exactly, so king f4 by Magnus. Now king e6. The black king can move up to, well, it could not have moved up to d5 because of knight f6, but here we see bishop c6 and knight c3. For the moment, Magnus is stopping that king from Robert. I think this is a missed opportunity for Jan. I think objectively, this is probably a draw. But what does white do here? If you move the king back, there's king f5. You cannot move the knight. There's king d5. So Magnus actually has to play quite accurately here to hold the draw, I think.
And you see Magnus and Jan, I think they're reviewing the game, both of them looking, oh, there were some chances here or there. I'm with you that Magnus would have been the player who had to prove that he could make a draw there. But the draw was agreed. Probably Jan wanted to get through with that time control. They're moving to quicker time controls here at the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. But Magnus Carlsen, he has a 2-point lead over Jan Nepomniachtchi. And Jan, we just saw him leave his chair. He does not look particularly happy.
Yeah, perhaps he hit the, when the game ends, you see the valuation pop up, and he saw that he has an advantage there. And against Magnus, again, you have to take any opportunity you can get.
And I think with colors reversed, Magnus would have played on there, but it is a 5.5, 3.5 lead for the world's #1 player, Magnus Carlsen. 5.5, 3.5. Benjamin, that's a very successful first time control for the Norwegian.
I think he cannot be unhappy at all. He started down a point in the match. Also then in game 4, so Jan was actually winning with white pieces and Magnus completely turned that one around. And it has taken a 2-point lead. So yeah, I think Magnus can be quite satisfied.
He's definitely satisfied. He's going to go into the 3+1 with a lead, so he's thrilled. And I can't think of anything or anyone much smarter or faster than Magnus Carlsen. But if you wish your financial systems were as fast and smart as the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase, they can be. Check out Coinbase.com/update the system or use the command Coinbase in chat to learn more. We're going to head into the 3+1, but now we take a break for more from the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Magnus Carlsen versus Jan Nepomniachtchi, just in a few.
White to move. You gotta take
AG1
daily for every daily puzzle. Got it. Bishop G7, King G7, Queen E5, Queen E4. In the end, white wins a piece. Nailed it.
Everyone loves playing chess, and everyone loves Chess Club. But there's also a time and a place for playing all your favorite games.
Hey, we're trying to have a lesson here. You need to get out of here.
Recently, more kids have been playing chess than ever in school. But sadly, we've learned that they may not always be playing chess at the most appropriate time.
Eh ben classe, aujourd'hui...
While it might be sometimes okay to grab a game between classes or if your teacher gives you permission and hasn't given you an assignment, it's not okay to be playing chess in school when you aren't supposed to. And chess should never come between you taking your studies seriously and cooperating with your fellow students and teachers. Chess over the board or on the phone is a great way to spend time with friends. But let's make sure that this school year we don't let too much chess happen in the classroom. Focus on your school, because Chess.com will always be there when class is over.
Chess is cool! Respect your school!
Alright, that was awesome, everybody. Great job.
Look what I did.
Danny, did you spell that?
Yeah.
Can we get some other letters, please?
What's wrong with it?
welcome back to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Jan is no stranger to the Speed Chess Championship, and he's no stranger to Magnus Carlsen. These two played the 2021 World Championship match against one another. Of course, Magnus Carlsen retained his crown. He defeated Jan Nepomniachtchi with games to spare. But Benjamin, it's 2023 now. These are two different versions of their previous selves. Magnus Carlsen with a 2-point lead. But what do you make of this match, and what do you think Jan has to do to strike back?
I think Jan overall has been playing good chess so far. However, he has lost a few games due to some unfortunate blunders, and sometimes we see him playing a little bit too quickly. However, he did close down the margin a little bit in that game with the Italian. So he just needs to keep playing his chess and try to avoid blunders.
He has been his own worst enemy at times throughout his career, but Magnus Carlsen is the enemy of most when we're talking about facing someone across the chessboard. Magnus with a 2-point lead. We're getting into the 3-minute plus 1 second increment time control. And while Magnus is hard to beat with unlimited time on the clock, but when we get to those final seconds, unlike some other super GMs, he's also really good at bullet scrambles.
Exactly, yeah. And also, I would like to add one thing. Jan really has to take advantage of every opportunity he can get. In that last game, we see he still had some chances, but he just took a draw, which was a little bit surprising to me.
And if Magnus, had that position from the black side, perhaps he would have played on. But that is a thing of the past, just like their 2021 World Championship match. And look at this. This is a fun opening. And if you blink, you would have missed it. But there was a temporary knight sacrifice that black could not take.
Let's show everybody real quick. Jan played this move, knight e6. You cannot take the knight, as there will be checkmate on h5. So Magnus just played the move queen to b6. And now we have this position. White is the bishop pair, but black has pretty easy development.
Yes, look at the pieces. They're out. It looks very bizarre because black is missing a dark square bishop, and you castled with pawns at e7 and g7. This may be like the only opening that you could possibly do this in.
Yeah, it's quite funny because white got rid of the bishop. The knight recaptured on d7 and then moved out to g6. Indeed, like I said, usually you have to play e6 or g6 to get castled. So, yeah, but overall, Jan has the bishop pair. Magnus has a lead in development for now. So let's see what he will do. I think if Jan gets the opportunity to consolidate here with moves like bishop e3 and queen c3, he might get the advantage.
And for a second, I forgot that Jan was playing with the white pieces because I saw a pair of bishops. I saw the player trying to squeeze out an advantage. But Jan, he is universal. I know we've been talking about him with the tactics. He's somebody who is a great endgame player. You have to be great at all facets of the game. Usually people have preferences, but Jan saying, let's play solid chess. Let me use the two bishops to my advantage. And why not? This does look like a nice position for white.
Exactly, but look at what Magnus is doing. He goes bishop to g4, trade off his bishop to go knight h4, put pressure on this bishop. And if you go bishop to e2, then he goes knight f5, putting pressure on the pawn on d4 and the bishop on e3. So Magnus is doing a great job neutralizing white's bishop pair.
I can't get over the e7 and g7 pawns. It doesn't look like I'm watching a standard game of chess. It looks like Fischer random, and yet this is where we are, and it does look pleasant for black, as you said. The knight comes back to f5, hitting the bishop on e3. There are no d5 tactics because the piece attacking the queen will be removed from the board. So Benjamin, this looks like a balanced position. Do you prefer the bishops or the knights at this stage?
It's a good question, Robert. I think now Jan is going to recapture with the pawn. I think I would slightly prefer black's position. It feels like he's got the easier moves here. Maybe even a move like pawn e5, putting a lot of pressure on that pawn on d4. And there we have it on the board. Jan takes it right away, but knight e4, taking the queen, and where do you go?
He has to go back to c1. You can't give up the e3 pawn. That would be game over. So Jan looked a bit surprised, but knight e4 was the natural jump against the queen. Yeah, this looks bad for white.
Yeah, this doesn't look good. Rook takes c5, and you're just stuck with this isolated pawn on e3. Your bishop on e2 is not doing a whole lot. And Robert, we've talked about this before. Did Jan just rush there again with the move pawn takes e5?
He didn't spend much time, that's clear. But he is up over now 40 seconds on the clock. So Benjamin, this is a quicker time control. We have to take that into consideration. Maybe some of his game plan is, let me push Magnus towards the brink of a loss on time.
Exactly. Queen h5, bishop to f3. Okay, now Magnus can just recapture the queen, and he's in full control. Maybe Jan should have gone for something more active, like bishop to h5. But yeah, now it's all Magnus. White has this isolated pawn on e3. He's got the active queen on e5, the active knight on e4. We see Jan trading, but this is just a very passive defense.
Yeah, it looks like it should be sturdy enough, even though black is better. I love collinear moves like that. Rook d3, going right after the e3 pawn, and if white takes, the queen infiltrates via d3, and white is stuck in the mud. I love that move, rook d3, and I like that Magnus made it very quickly.
Yeah, we see trading on d3. Queen f1, nice move by Jan. If you trade the queens, your king can go to e2. And if you take on e3, then white takes the queen on d3 and wins a rook. So Jan or Magnus has to move his queen if he wants to keep the advantage.
He moves back. He does have a slight edge because of the pawn structure. Black with 2 pawn islands, white with 3, namely the isolated pawn on e3. And I think queen e7 was good, rook d8 to follow. But how do you actually crash through if you are Magnus? Rook g3. Is he going for like an attack with queen f6?
I think so, but Magnus can just eliminate any counterplay with the move queen to d1. You trade off the queens, and black is very quick to go rook to d2 afterwards, and it's very difficult to see how white's keeping their queen side together. He goes queen d6 instead, attacking the rook. Maybe now just king h2. He goes queen f3.
Okay, and queen e5. Great centralization for Magnus. He covers the only weak point, the g7 pawn in the position. Everything is defended, and now a rook can slap to d2, but that's a nice move by Jan, because his rook on g3 protects b3 if there's a swap of queens on f4.
Exactly, and also now his rook can come back into the game with rook e3. The pawn on a2 is under attack, but you just go a4. And like you said, Robert, the pawn on b3 is weak, but right now it is defended. And rook e3, a nice move, stopping the king from marching up the board. This should be a draw, but it is still a little bit uncomfortable for white.
Yes, because black can play g6, king g7, king f6, and the white king is cut off. So he tries to bring his king up via g3 and f3. I think that's smart. But look at Magnus. He says, please take my pawn on h4. I'll take on g2. Your king is running out of real estate.
Right, that's why Jan goes king f3, but a5. Magnus slowly but surely tightening the screws. Jan can, of course, always go rook e2. I think Magnus is going to keep his rook on the board with like rook to d1, and maybe then a move like king g4 can be considered. But Magnus definitely the one playing for a win here.
Rook e2 is a big decision, because if you trade on e2, the black king goes king e7, king d6, king c5, king b4. I feel like black does have some very good winning chances, but it becomes a race because the h4 pawn was also weak. So instead, Jan just plays g3. I think that was the correct decision considering the time situation. And I have to add, Benjamin, that Jan offered a draw at some point, and once again, Magnus played on.
Yeah, it feels like Magnus has a slight edge here. The king is now moving up to f6, maybe to f5. The pawn on the 4 is a little bit weak. So Magnus definitely still has chances here. He just goes b6, slowly but surely improving his position. Jan's got the open e-file for his rook, but it cannot go there. Well, maybe this could be a way to create some counterplay quickly and make a draw.
So he was rook b7. If rook b3, he wants c5. But then black has b5. This is not simple.
Right, so takes c6, b4 though. Like, how exactly do you make the draw?
Probably go after the a pawn here, like rook to a7 and rook c3. We're going to see a pawn up endgame for black.
Right, so now in case of a4, there's c7. Okay, goes f5 check. I guess you go king to h4 to defend everything. And after rook c3, it goes king g5, also fine. Now black probably goes rook g3 check, as otherwise there will be a check on b7.
That was a really essential check on b7, and we see this liquidation, and I guess this is what Jan is relying on. He's going to get the b pawn for the c pawn, but is there some kind of checkmate being set up? No, the king just runs back to g3, and this should be equal, but black is better.
Black is certainly better, but white just sits, and there's no way to make progress, so Magnus here just forces the draw, and there we have it.
Okay, so they played to the bare kings. That was a good hold from Jan Nepomniachtchi, but a good result for Magnus. He leads in the match. He burnt a bunch of the clock off the match timer, but a nice start, I think, for all the fans in game 1 of the 3+1. And by the way, if you're new to this channel right now, throw a sub in. It's September. But also, keep following the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase, because this is another quarterfinal match. And after this one ends, we do have MVL versus Nihal Sarin. So you will not want to miss all of the action here. But back to this board, Benjamin. We see that we had an Alpin Sicilian. Magnus going back to one of my childhood favorite openings.
Yeah, we see Magnus here with the pawns in the middle. He has active development. Maybe the rook can move to d1. He's spending a little bit of time though. Jan's still playing quickly. There we have the move for rook d1. So let's see now how Jan is going to play. Like maybe bishop d7, but it all looks a little bit clumsy. So I think Magnus can be quite satisfied about the outcome of the opening here. We see him with bishop to d7. What white can often do here is combine moves like bishop to d3 and queen e4 to try to start some sort of attack on the king side.
And he goes knight c3, so we are going to see a transformation of pawn structure. But I like what you're pointing out, that the bishop on d3 will stare at the black king. And if you play g6, to blunt that bishop, you give up the h6 square for the second white bishop. This is starting to look like the makings of an attack. But Benjamin, we know if there is no attack, black is better because of the c3 and a2 isolated pawns.
Exactly. All of these pawns can be a little bit weak. The pawn on a2, the pawn on c3, also the pawn on e5. Nice move here by Magnus going h4, because eventually you want to go queen e4, black has to go g6, and then you can follow up quickly with the move h5. So he can also play h5 here right away, anticipating that move g6.
And look at the clocks. Magnus, he's down nearly 40 seconds. Jan is playing this quickly. Where's the checkmate, says Jan. You're attacking with your queen and your bishop. I've stopped that diagonal. If he doesn't take with the h-pawn, I'll be very surprised. But Jan is thinking, so can you even take with the f-pawn?
I'd be shocked, because if you play f takes g6, you critically weaken the pawn on e6. But he goes for it. Wow, Robert, this looks like a serious mistake.
I'm wondering why he went for this, like what he was worried about on the h-file. Maybe he thought that white would quickly get some pieces over there, and he's trying to bring his rook towards the black king. But this bishop on f7 is a big pawn.
Yeah, rook a5. This looks very awkward from Jan. Bishop to b3. Now Magnus will always have pressure on the pawn on e6. He can maybe move a knight to g5 at some point. This looks terrible for black.
Really terrible. And the c3 pawn is now targeted. It is a weakness. But I think that white can go with a rook lift. Rook e3, both defending the c3 pawn, and when you move your knight out the way, I feel like the rook would have been able to jump towards the king side. But he goes rook d1, and it got a question mark. Still looks good for white, though.
Right, so what happens if Jan takes on d1? How are you going to recapture? You can take with the rook, but then you hang the pawn on e5. You can also take with the bishop, but you would like to keep that bishop in an active position. But what is this move a5 by Jan? I don't see the point, because a4 is not even a threat.
So this question should be asked again. Rook takes d1, rook takes d1, knight takes e5. Perhaps Magnus would just take back and plant a rook on d7 at the end of the line and say that he's got good control, but that doesn't look very simple. I think that black would have chances there, but Benjamin, the bar is all the way up in Magnus's favor.
Yeah, this looks great for Magnus. In case rook takes d1, you can also take with the bishop, take with the rook. Jan goes bishop to f8, but this will always leave him with very weak dark squares. Magnus trades on d8, and I mean, maybe like knight g5 now?
Oh, that's a crusher. Because now f7 is hanging directly. You can't take this bishop that looks free on h6, because queen takes f7, queen takes h7 is a direct checkmate. And if you play a move like queen e7 to save your bishop, bishop takes f8, that's going to hurt. Oh, goodness, you just have no space for your pieces, and e6 is loose.
Robert, I think this one is just over. If you go queen e7, Magnus just takes, and after queen takes, bishop takes e6. You cannot take because there's queen f8 and knight e6, and here same thing, bishop f7, knight e6, and the game is over.
It's completely done. An extra exchange from Magnus. He looks bored with this one, and Jan has had enough. Magnus wins. He is now up by 3 points once more. Benjamin, those are the type of games we were talking about. Jan cannot afford those little slips that turns the position from okay to really bad.
Yeah, I am shocked that he did not recapture with the h-pawn. I understand that he was worried about getting checkmated along the h-file, but taking with the f-pawn always leaves him with a weak pawn on d6, and Magnus took full advantage of that.
Bad news for Jan Nepomniachtchi fans out there. And if you were a fan of his in the 2021 World Championship match against Magnus, you'll recognize the opening here. It's a Spanish. White can take on b5 now and open up the a-file for his rook. Go knight c3, knight d5. Benjamin, I feel like we've been seeing a lot of this in the Speed Chess Championship.
Oh, and then a mouse slip by Magnus, and Jan had knight c3 pre-moved.
Oh my goodness. And I wonder what's going to happen here, because Magnus, he's probably too much of a competitor to even ask for a draw. But sometimes when people mouse slip, right, a draw is offered just to get to the next game. But I think Magnus, he doesn't even want one. He's so disgusted with himself. I think we should go back, show an instant replay of what happened there, because suddenly Magnus is down 2 pawns and might just lose this. But if we can go back in time, Benjamin, I think it's important to show everybody where that mouse slip happened.
Yeah, so here Jan took on b5, and instead of recapturing, Magnus mouse slept. Of course, he wanted to play pawn takes b5, but he played the move a5. But lucky for him, Jan had knight c3 pre-moved. Otherwise, of course, he would have taken the knight on c6. So knight c3. Jan still has a great position, as now he's up 2 pawns, but there's still work to be done. And maybe at the back of his mind, Jan could be thinking like, hey, I could have already won this game.
I could have taken a knight, but I feel like if you win like that, it feels even worse. But now it seems like a more legitimate fight, even though we'll always have an asterisk because of a mouse slip. So the knight comes back to d7. It's going to slip around to the b6 square, hit the rook, hit the bishop. I don't feel like this is as easy as one would think.
No, sure, there's still work to be done for Jan. He's obviously got a great position, up 2 pawns. I mean, really a dream come true in the reload pass. I like what he's doing, though, with this move knight a4. He wants to go c3 afterwards and trap this knight on b4.
Okay, so Magnus, he looks like he's reeling. Jan is making it look easy. c3 is a great move next, and if black has to play d5, well, now you definitely can't play d5 to free up the knight. c3, f takes e4. So, all right, Magnus is making this messy.
Right, so let's see. So c3, pawn takes e4. You can go knight d2, but then I can jump into d3. So Magnus doing a great job complicating this game. I don't know, it's not over yet. This knight on a4 is a little bit off. So let's see what Jan will do here.
Maybe he'll play c3, f takes e4, knight takes e5. Because you're going to lose that f3 knight anyway. So you might as well steal that central pawn, not allow a black pawn to take on your knight on f3. And that seems to be the simplest. He goes even knight back to e1.
All right, this also still looks great for Jan, but now Magnus can go for like bishop f5, followed by queen e8 to g6. And again, he's still in this game. He is down 2 pawns, but white has this cluster of pawns on the queen side that are difficult to set in motion.
I like the plan for black that you just mentioned. The bishop f5, queen e8, queen g6, all that stuff. I think it's black's only chance, considering you are down a couple pawns, and the knight on a4 is stuck over there. And it will take a while to play b3, knight b2. He goes b4. He's even more direct. I like it. But bishop f5, queen g6 to follow. Benjamin's the only chance that black has with bishop e4 and go for checkmate.
And there goes queen e5. Now maybe just king to h7. And if you take on c5, there might be queen g6. Bishop takes h3 as a threat. But even more important, bishop to e4, attacking the queen and the pawn on g2. So this one is not over just yet, Robert.
Unbelievable. If Jan doesn't win a game where Magnus mouse slipped on, what move was that? Move like 10? And then doesn't win up a couple pawns, he will be beside himself. You need to win this game if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi. But Magnus refuses to lose. I actually think this is a really difficult position.
It's already really tricky. I mean, again, if you take on c5, there's queen g6. I don't know. I would be tilted out of my mind if I would not win this game if I was Jan. Maybe there's still queen f3 to meet bishop b4 with queen g3. Let's see what he's going to go for. He takes on d6.
The queen. Yes.
Oh, is he going to go for it?
He's going for it. He has to. At this point, there was a checkmate on g2 threatened, so he's taking his bishop, and the eval bar approves. So Jan Nepomniachtchi, with great awareness, I think now he brings his knight to b6. He protects his c4 pawn. The knight can slide even to d5. Oh, wait. Yeah, he's just pushing the c pawn. He gives up the e pawn for the c pawn. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I love it for Jan. Magnus goes rook d6. He wants to go rook g6 and threaten checkmate over here. So rook a4, attacking the queen. Nice loaded move. I guess the queen has to go to like d3 to go after this pawn. It looks great for Jan. As everything is defended, he's got these passers, but still some work to be done.
So can he play c6 and c7? That's my first question. I know the b5 pawn is hanging, but that c pawn gets up the board very quickly. Another option is just to play c4 yourself. But that does keep your rook away from the king side. Like rook to g6 does seem a little worrisome.
Yeah, and I would be quite reluctant to go c4, as you said, it allows rook to g6, followed by queen e4. So rook b4, I like this one much better. The rook can always keep an eye on the king side. It does hang the pawn on c3, but I think, Robert, he just wants to go rook f to b1, defend everything, and then go c6 at the right moment.
How often do you see 2 minor pieces and 3 pawns for a queen? It's a material imbalance that I am not accustomed to, but those passed pawns are not just on the second rank. They're mobilized. They're ready to become a queen. And so I'm with you. It looks very, very strong here for white. He goes rook to b1. He just wants to keep everything together. He can play rook to c1, pawn to c6, pawn to c7. This looks very difficult to deal with.
Right, rook g6, a tricky little move though by Magnus. He still wants to go for this idea of queen d3 and queen e4. And Robert, this one is not over yet. If the queen lands on e4, it will be uncomfortable to deal with the checkmate threat. So I love the move rook b4 by Jan.
Great decision making from Jan Nepomniachtchi. Keep taking away critical squares from Black's pieces. And c6, c7 is not going anywhere. He is b5 protected. He's got a rook behind the passed c-pawn. The knight is defended by the bishop on e3. This is a good try from Magnus, hitting both rooks. But now the rooks are coordinated c6 at long last. That has to be next on the agenda.
Exactly. Now c6 is definitely a threat, followed by c7. Magnus's clock is ticking. He's down to 18 seconds. Robert, I don't see how he's stopping Jan from marching up the board here.
He's not. The pawn is going forward, and I think that Magnus, he's pretty much resigned because he feels like he has no way to defend. He's down to 5 seconds, needs to find a move here. Is he just going to lose on time?
Can you go queen b3 though? Take on b5, c7, and then give up this rook, and Jan won on time. I don't know. Magnus, I think, could have kept this game going a little bit longer by taking here, taking the knight, and I guess... Well, anyway, we're off to another game.
I think he just assumed that it was going to be a loss no matter what, and it's hard to even play when you mouse slip. So now Magnus has to avoid any kind of tilting. He's up 2 points, so he's still doing well in the match, but it feels really bad to play a5 instead of a takes b5.
Right, but it was impressive that he did find a way to keep the game going. Jan had to find that queen sacrifice to keep his advantage, but to his credit, he did, and he never let his advantage go.
No, he did not. Jan Nepomniachtchi now within 2 points, 7-5. I'm seeing another Alapin Sicilian. I'm happy about it. My childhood feels like it was all worth it just to see an Alapin Sicilian and a Speed Chess Championship match between these two. But you look at this opening. White has an extra pawn on the queen side. Black has an extra pawn in the center. And that's the dynamic. That's something that you need to watch out for in an endgame where White pushes up b4 and c5. But in the middle game, the e6 pawn, that's a very useful pawn to have in the center.
Exactly. So I like what he's doing here with a3 and b4, expanding on the queen side. Now the bishop has to move back. I suppose the e7, if you go to b6, it can always be blocked with the move pawn to c5. He goes bishop to d4, Robert. I think he's not unhappy about this trade. But what about rook a2? You want to go rook d2, pin the bishop, and this just seems like a loss of time.
I don't like the move at all. It earned a question mark, which I think is deserved because of rook a2. Knight takes d4, queen takes d4, will trade the queens off the board, and maybe Jan feels the endgame is perfectly acceptable for him. But Magnus should slide the rook up and over to the center, and it feels like there's a huge problem with the pin down the d-file.
Yeah, so Magnus taking his time, but I'm sure rook a2 is on his radar. Like you said, the rook is moving over here. I don't see what Black is going to do about it. Maybe you just have to go bishop to b6, but then you've lost critical time.
Yeah, why not have retreated immediately? That's the big question. And rook a2 is on the board. He plays e5. But this looks like you're going to lose a pawn directly instead of rook d2, knight f5. There's knight takes e5. For example, I don't like the look of this at all.
This looks extremely loose for Jan. The good thing for him, though, is that he's up almost a minute on the clock. Rook d2 certainly looks very logical here for Magnus. Knight f5, you just go knight takes e5. The knight cannot be taken as you hang the queen. So you're going to have to go queen c7. Maybe White can then just take on d4.
Can you actually sacrifice the queen? Jan just did it in the previous game, so I'm starting to wonder if knight f5, knight e5, we get a rook and a knight for a queen and a pawn, but White does have a lack of development and a bunch of loose squares. It's probably not sufficient, but maybe in a blitz game it can work out.
Yeah, so we see knight takes c5 on the board. I really am doubtful that bishop takes c5 is going to work out. I think you just have to keep pieces on the board like queen c7 or queen e7. It does look really bad though, so White can just take on d4. If Black recaptures with a knight, you can take the queen, you can take the knight, and you will have two minor pieces for the rook, and that is why Jan takes on e5. But now he's down a clean pawn, and White has the bishop pair.
The good news, the only bit of good news for Black, is that the c4 pawn is a backwards pawn, and White is behind in development. And the clock situation is no longer one where Jan is well ahead, so Magnus has great chances over the board, but maybe Jan is counting on the fact that he has no more weaknesses now that he's dropped a pawn.
But Magnus plays this so precisely. He moved his knight into the game with knight e2 to f3, kicking that queen away. And Robert, what about a move like bishop f4 here? In case you take the bishop, you can take on d8. And if you take on d3, you take the queen. And I think all of it works out brilliantly. But he goes queen c2.
I love bishop f4. I was taking advantage of tactics. Actually earned. Was that a blunder symbol there for queen to c2? Knight d6 also an inaccuracy, a miss by Jan, so both players are on shaky grounds, but he's going after c4. Bishop f5 is a secondary threat. White might have to play a move like rook. Oh, right, rook d4 might hang the b5 pawn, as you're pointing out. So what does Magnus do here?
I don't know. It's a good question. A lot of threats here all of a sudden from Jan. We see Magnus dropping below a minute. This one is not over just yet. Maybe, Robert, you can play c5. Other than there's bishop f5.
Whoa, because the c pawn is pinned to the queen down on c2. So bishop f5 looks like a good try. And you can see Jan thinking here. He's like, something feels available to black. There's going to be a tactic. And he plays bishop to f5.
And queen c8 by Jan. Okay, rook c1. Okay, so if you take the rook, I think white just recaptures and you have to go back to the passive d8 square. Sorry, e8 square, which looks terrible. Maybe black can take here. You can take on d8, black recaptures, but then your queen is hanging.
Ooh, that's actually a really important point. And if you could steal that pawn, no longer does white have an opposing passer up the queen side. So a lot of us will be tempted to take on d3, go up in exchange, and Jan goes for that, but you actually see the evaluation bar go even higher for white, because look at how passive black is. Knight e5. He doesn't even take the pawn back. He wants to take with the knight, hit the rook on d8, knight e7 check, fork. Benjamin, this is getting out of hand for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
This is looking ugly. He's up the exchange, but all of his pieces are passive. Only this knight on f6 is not on the back rank. Like you said, Magnus wants to take here, attack the rook, also threaten a fork over here. So maybe Jan has to move the queen preemptively, but I don't know. I mean, it looks very bad. Also, Magnus has this majority on the queen side. This looks great.
Looks like a tough position for Jan, who won the previous game. He brings his knight up to d5. And now knight c6 with knight f4 is met by knight e7 check, winning that queen.
And also, Robert, white can pick up this pawn on h7, although not anymore. The bishop on f4 is under attack, so I assume at some moment you move it, maybe to g3. And again, it's super difficult for black to make an active move here.
But there's some tricks, because knight takes d8 might backfire. Queen takes c2. And no matter what you take with, black will play knight takes f4 next, and there's either an attack on the bishop on d3 or a fork on e2. So it does feel like maybe there's some tricks here that keep Jan
Oh, but
in the
look
game.
at this. He goes rook d2.
Oh.
If you take on d8, you take an h7, and black has two knights, but the endgame is completely lost. That's why it's going to pick up this a-pawn, and we'll get two connected passers on the queen side.
That doesn't deserve 1 exclamation point. It deserves 2.5. That was such a nice realization by Magnus Carlsen that two my pieces sound more than a rook and a pawn, but the endgame would have been winning for white, and now we see a beautiful position where, yes, Magnus is 1 pawn ahead, but after the knight comes back to c6, it's about to be a second when a7 falls.
Jan is still fighting, though. He's jumping around with his knights, but I don't think they create any meaningful threats. Magnus just goes bishop to c4. Maybe now rook d7, attacking f7, attacking a7. This one looks over.
Can he just grab his a7 pawn? He goes rook d7 first. a7 is falling. And as long as he didn't fall for knight d2 check, he avoided that. This should be a clean victory for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, h4, he just pushed the knight back, and here goes the b-pawn. So Jan wisely resigns. He keeps time on the match clock. This one is over. So let's see what he can do with the white pieces.
Well, hopefully for him, it's another win, but he will not be so lucky to see Magnus mouse up. I think Magnus, he's going to be a little bit more careful with his clicks this time around, and we have another Spanish. So we might see the same exact position, but without a piece dropping on b5.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it would be wise for Magnus to just pre-move the move pawn takes b5 to make sure that he cannot mouse slip. We see the move bishop b7 here, a different anti-martial with d3 and d6. So quiet play here as well. Black is currently having the positional threat, knight a5, which would trap the bishop for the knight. Now you can go knight a5 anyway, followed by pawn to c5 to gain space on the queen side.
That's a natural play, and it looks good for black to do just that. He instead plays the quiet h6. No bishop g5, no taking over the d5 square. We're seeing some rerouting. They played a number of very quiet openings, Benjamin.
Exactly, and now he goes c5, expanding on the queen side. Jan going pawn to d4. Magnus taking once. Is he going to take twice? Yes, he does. Black has this isolated pawn on d6, but the pawn on d4 is under a lot of pressure, and black gets pretty good piece activity here, so black's generally doing fine.
It's what we've been talking about. Whenever you have an isolated pawn, you have open files in the adjacent lines. The e file and the c file are in black's favor, staring at the e4 pawn. The rook stares all the way down to the bishop on c2. The knight for black can jump into c4. And at some moment, black can consider the move d6 to d5 to get rid of your isolated pawn and blast open the center and the dark squares for that bishop on f8.
Right, but I love this move b3 by Jan. He's stopping the knight from jumping to c4, which is why the knight jumps back to c6, and now he goes bishop to b2. Comfortably developing his bishop, and it will always have an eye on the knight on f6, so black cannot move their queen, as then white can take and damage black's pawn structure on the king side.
Okay, we see g6 played by Magnus. A lot of us would be too afraid to make that move, opening up the dark squares, but he's going to compete for the diagonal with bishop to g7 in the near future. And meanwhile, Jan plays b4, a4 at some point could be on the docket. I think that black is completely fine right now.
Yeah, bishop g7. So let's see, I guess a4 now. His idea was actually to go bishop to b3. But Robert, can black take on e4? I suppose he's looking at some stuff connected with bishop takes f7 and queen f3 down the line, but does it work?
It's a big question right now that Magnus is working to figure out. Because knight e4, it does look like you can get away with this, as bishop takes f7 won't be able to play with check because the bishop is loose on d4. These are actually some high-level tactics, and so for Jan, he may have overlooked that detail that he'll have to throw in. Bishop takes g7, king takes g7, and I'm not sure that he gets away with all of this.
Yeah, Robert, what he might have missed is that after knight takes c4, let's say you take everything, and then at the end you give a check on d4. Black can go queen f6, and at the end of all of the variations, there will always be a rook hanging on a1. And now Jan has paused the thing, but it's a little bit too late, as now he's down a pawn.
I don't think you drew enough arrows in that board, so maybe let's add a few, because that is really the tactics that you have to look out for in true Hikaru Nakamura style. Takes with all the arrows, but it is important that actually after that series of exchanges, the rook on a1 is loose there, so white can't pick up the piece on e4. And if you can't do this, Benjamin, then that means the whole line is bad for white. Is there another move that he can play besides trading everything off?
I don't see it. I think in every variation, it's going to be a problem that the rook on a1 is hanging. So maybe you have to play like queen d3 or queen f3, but black can just play d5. And again, you're down a very clean pawn. So yeah, Jan is thinking now, but he should have thought on the last move.
It's one of those impulsive decisions where you miss a tactic in the center, and we are seeing Magnus go for this. All of these trades are happening, and instead of a swap on g7, first queen to d2, he's just going to be playing this down a pawn. So, Benjamin, great start to this game for Magnus.
Yeah, no, this is not looking like a whole lot of fun for Jan. Magnus can just go queen g5, force a queen trade, going into an endgame up a pawn. I mean, what more can you ask for with the black pieces? Again, like here, there's less arrows, so again, in case it takes and queen e4, there was queen f6, and if you take, there's queen takes a1.
Yeah, you are responding to the chat. Chat, are you excited for this match and the match later today? Nihal Sarin against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So do not go anywhere. Even when this match ends, we still have so much chess to be played. And, well, Benjamin, I think right now the chess in this game is all Magnus. He's up a d pawn. It's a healthy pawn. It can be protected with a move like rook c6, rook to d8 as well. How does Magnus turn this from a slight plus into a win? That's the big question I have.
Yeah, let's see how he will do it. Rook c6 looks like a nice move. You can also go bishop to c2, attacking the rook, attacking the bishop on b3. It looks like white has to trade on c2. Black recaptures. You can take on g7 and take on d6. But black plays rook takes a2, and there we see them going down that line. Black takes on a2 and defends the pawn on a6. So we see Jan playing pawn to a4 first.
I love moves like that, where you're going to lose the pawn to please take me on a4. The rook will go take the d6 pawn and take the a6 pawn after that, and he's liquidating. So I do think that was a good decision from Jan Nepomniachtchi, and it's two results. Black either wins this game or Jan defends accurately, and he goes rook a1 instead of taking d6. What do you make of that?
Rook a1, great move by Jan. Rook c6 by Magnus, and now he's probably going to move his king up. Magnus still has good chances to win, but I think Jan did a very good job over the last couple of moves. He now has serious chance to hold this one.
You look at the position. Oh, g4 was given a question mark. The king goes to e6. Please take me on g5, says Magnus, because then d5 happens. That rook is shut out and almost trapped.
Yeah, no, that was not a good decision by Jan. The rook on g5 is completely trapped. He goes to h4, trying to create a passer on the king side, but I think it's all going to be a little bit too slow. Magnus can take on b4, but he's got 6 seconds.
Uh-oh. Time is of the essence.
Wait, did he slip again?
Why would you play rook b5 there instead of rook takes b4? That was a free pawn.
Maybe he wants to go d4 and trade off the rooks?
That would be ingenious. If d4 is a winning king and pawn in game, but he instead goes king f6 because the outside pass pawn, we've talked about this in previous games, that if you did trade rooks, white would have this h5 push at the right moment.
1 second. Robert, he's just lost 20 tempi. Like, what did he do? Why did he not take on b4? That looked completely winning. Now this one should just be a draw.
It looks like an easy draw. 3-on-2 on one side, a pass pawn on the other, but the rook stands behind the pass pawn. Benjamin, that was weird. We're not used to seeing Magnus spend so much time like that in positions with great winning chances.
Exactly, yeah. Now I guess he's just going to
wait,
go...
he lost on time!
He lost on time?
And look at Jan's face. He's in disbelief, and Magnus is furious. What was he thinking about?
I don't know what happened. Here's the thing, Robert. Maybe he wanted to play rook a1 to h1, but the move is so far across the board that it took him too long to make the move.
That's very possible. And whatever it was, Magnus is not a happy camper. He leaves. He goes to take a break. This is the midway point of the 3+1. But Benjamin, we can't beat around this big moment here where Jan Nepomniachtchi has been the recipient of a mouse slip and then a win on time. I mean, what is going on with Magnus?
What an absolute shocker. Magnus is still very well in control of this match, but Jan is in it. He's only down 2 points. But Magnus should have won that game. If he wins that game, he goes up 4 points, and I think the match is practically over. But now there's still a chance.
Jan Nepomniachtchi cuts that deficit. He is really doing a good job to keep this match competitive. And we want to shout out not just this match, but what time of the year it is. Because we all love September. We get the nicer weather. It's not as hot, but it's also September. To the end of this month, claim up to 30% off all new subs on Twitch. Subscribers gain access to exclusive break time content during broadcasts, unlock new emotes with Danny's various expressions, mittens, and even Magnus and Nepo, and score an ad-free experience on Chess.com. Don't miss out on the deals this September. Subscribe now. We will be back for more from the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. This is Magnus Carlsen versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. See you in a few.
God, it's the same thing every time. Why did you en passant, bro? I swear to God, en passant should be forced. All my friends watching, and this day is taking forever. Play faster. If I could move this pawn backwards, it would basically be checkmate. Oh! And draws are dumb. I should be able to flag him no matter how many times I repeat moves. 1400 years, and it's the same game every time. You know what? It's time for some updates. I'm tired of this. I'm doing it. Stalemate is now a win for the player who gets stalemated. You're welcome, Eric Rosen.
Hey, it's the Rosen trap.
Pawns can move backwards. Why has that never not been a rule?
Pawns can move backwards now?
Every piece should be allowed to en passant.
What? That's not even possible. How?
Ship it. Dunzo. Update. Enter.
Why is it ending? There's just 2 kings on the board. What is this purgatory?
This is so awesome what we're doing here. Guys, we're changing chess. Why can't people just move however they want, whenever they want?
Wait, what? Checkmate? Do I not get to move?
From now on, c4 actually explodes. Pawns are weak no more. Pawns can promote on the first move. Update! Take that, fool! Woo! I'm not sure I made the users as happy as I thought I would. Maybe chess doesn't need an update. Financial systems do need an update, though. Coinbase is working on just that, re-envisioning an entirely new financial system that is decentralized and fully transparent. Thank you, Coinbase, for sponsoring competitive chess and making events like the Speed Chess Championship possible. Go to coinbase.com/update the system today to learn more.
Spell Chess is coming to Chess.com. Enchant your pieces with one of 2 spells, jump or freeze. Players start with 2 jump spells and 5 freeze spells, which recharge after 5 moves. You may cast your spell whenever you wish, before making a regular chess move. Jump is a spell cast to 1 square, wherein if there is a piece on that square, other pieces can jump over the charmed piece. The freeze spell is cast over a 3x3 square area, and the pieces in this area are temporarily frozen in place. Combine your powers of chess and sorcery to defeat your opponent. Come see what Supercell and Chess.com have cooked up in our new variant, Spell Chess, dropping on September 1st.
Magnus Carlsen needs no introduction. He's a player whose appearance in the finals sometimes seems guaranteed, but he hasn't always made it to the Speed Chess Championship finals when he has participated in the event. Benjamin, we know that he's had these head-to-head matchups against Hikaru Nakamura. He lost in 2022 in the finals, but before that, he was actually upset before he could actually reach the final match.
Yeah, for sure. In 2020, he lost to MVL in the semifinals. That was quite a surprise. But we see in 2016 and 2017, he beat Hikaru Nakamura quite convincingly. In 2017, actually by a 10-point margin. But it seems like Hikaru has managed to flip the script.
Hikaru has done so well in this SEC. He is 5-time reigning champion, and Magnus Carlsen would like to take that title from Nakamura, but he first has to get through Jan Nepomniachtchi, who suddenly is only 1 point away. Benjamin, it's been surprising. There's been a mouse slip. There's been a loss on time. Jan Nepomniachtchi doesn't care how he gets it done as long as the wins stack up.
Exactly, and we are off to another game. We again see Jan going back to the pattern of defense. But yeah, Magnus has been in full control, but yeah, some unfortunate losses. We saw, like you said, that blunder. Also at that time there, loss on time. I don't know what happened there, Robert. Again, like, do you think he just forgot about the clock for a second?
I think maybe your point was a good one, that he looked to bring that rook all the way across the board, and it's a distant move, hard to get off in time when you only have a couple seconds. But no matter what the reason was, maybe we'll have a chance to ask Magnus. The match is getting closer, and instead of Jan spiraling out of control, he is now keeping this match close. He is only down by a couple games, 2-game margin. So it's going to be a tougher fight than Magnus would have hoped for.
Right, so we see the move knight b2, defending the knight on f3. Perhaps now a move like rook e8 by Jan. I like this one. Now he can recapture the king. Maybe then move the king over to d8. So then he can bring this rook on h8 into the game. He goes knight, takes e8. It looks a little bit passive at first glance, but he can always reroute his knight with, let's say, knight e7, and then trade off the bishops with bishop to f5.
And that rook on a1, if it were already on e1, we'd be talking about an advantage for white because you're first to the open file. But Magnus expands on the queen side. Says, my rook may be in its starting square, but I can develop it from where it sits. Let's push pawns up the board, a4, knight b3, and so on. This is a very Magnus-style position.
Exactly, he's slowly but surely improving, but I also really like how Jan is rerouting his pieces. He goes knight to e7, now he can go bishop to f5, or king f7, move up his king, his rook can potentially come into the game. And Magnus is gaining space over here on the queen side, but I don't really see what he's achieved just yet.
Does he want the bishop pair? Like d takes c4, knight takes c4, the bishop on d6. It doesn't really have too many squares to go to. You don't want to go up to b4. The rook will go to b1 and kick it around some more. But if you take on d6 and the knight takes back, black is fully developed with no real weaknesses that I can see.
Right, and that is why Jan goes bishop e6. He does not mind the trade. Magnus now goes bishop to a3, but I think Jan is doing absolutely fine here. Like you said, Magnus has the bishop pair, but his isolated pawn on d4 deprives him of an advantage. So rook d7, nice move by Jan, defending the pawn on c7.
And white needs to be careful because knight coming to d5, that knight protects c7. It also could jump to f4. The b5 pawn, its advance is looking pretty good, but it can also be vulnerable as maybe at some point black can team up against it. I think all of black's pieces are in perfect squares.
Yeah, knight d5, nice move here by Jan. He wants to go knight f4, attack that bishop. Perhaps the bishop will have to move back to f1, but he can also, the knight on d5 also defends the pawn on c7. So Magnus drops the bishop back to f1 preemptively. And let's see what Jan is going to do here. He should be doing fine, knight e4. Perhaps he wants to go to c3.
I think Jan wants to win this game. The way his knights are hopping up the board, why not? The white pawns, they push forward, but they're not queening anytime soon. And they can be weaknesses as now the pawns are not in contact with one another. And those knights are very jumpy.
And Robert, are we going to see a draw here? Bishop d3 by Magnus, knight d6. This is an invitation to repetition. I mean, Jan, of course, either player could deviate here with another move.
It would be such a strange draw, but Magnus, he should realize that right now he's no better. That his isolated pawn is a long-term weakness, that it's not clear how he would play for a win. He pushes forward with a6. Benjamin, that's a move that can backfire because now you have the cemented pawn structure. Unless that knight goes, say, like e1, c2, b4, c6, something like that. I don't know how it ever will get to c6. I feel like this static pawn structure should favor black.
Yeah, I'm starting to like Jan's position more and more. We see him expanding here on the king side. King h2, a clever move by Magnus, so he can go g3, and the pawn on h3 will now be hanging. He now goes h4. Jan has to go g4 to keep his pawn structure intact, kicking the knight away. But this f4 square has been weakened, and Magnus will be looking to take advantage of it, maybe knight e1 to g2, and potentially knight f4 if this knight moves.
And look at this, knight f5. The knight was kicked away from defending the d4 pawn, so Jan says, why not? Let me go after that very pawn in the center. And I think knight c2 is a little bit worrisome for Jan because you want to move your knight from d5, and he does that. But at some point, knight b4 to c6, you have to be very, very careful with your a7 pawn. If that pawn's lost, white has a very advanced passer.
Yeah, so we've got a pretty interesting position here. He goes bishop to d5. White cannot play knight b4 just yet. Like you said, it would hang the pawn on d4. Okay, now knight e3, bishop f3. I like this bishop here on f3. It's nicely cemented here by these pawns. At some point, Jan can consider taking. But Robert, look at the clock. He's way up on time.
Jan continues to be a speed demon. c6 here. Looks like a very good move to my eyes. A bc6, knight takes c6, and that pawn on a6 is a future target. The b pawn is sprung free. The d4 pawn is loose. The white king is in trouble. And c5, a very similar idea. I think that b takes c6 is likely, and Jan, he has the upper hand.
Right, exactly. He's taking on c6, so he's going to recapture with the knight. I like what Jan is doing here. He's playing quickly and confidently, and what's great for him is that he's actually outplaying Magnus a little bit in these endgames. The pawn on d4 is weak. Magnus therefore goes knight c2. I think a correct decision to not allow this knight to jump into c6, as it would put massive pressure on the white position. Also keep in mind the d pawn for the moment is pinned, as it would hang the bishop on d3. So let's see how Jan will tighten the screws here.
He brings his king up in the center. White does the same. I like the choice for both of them. Where's progress? How does either side move forward? Is it f5, f4 for black? Just trying to create a secondary weakness in the position.
Wait, what is pawn takes d4? Now Magnus can recapture with a knight, and you can take an f3. And black is stuck with all of these weaknesses.
Did you see Jan? He was very upset with himself. He chastised himself. He completely overlooked knight takes d4, grabbing this bishop on f3.
Yeah, now Magnus takes an f3, he recaptures, but look at this, knight d4, shutting the rook out. Magnus now wants to go king e2, and Robert, what has happened? Jan was in the driver's seat, he was putting a bit of pressure. Now all of a sudden it looks like he might just be lost. King e2 is coming after the rook moves, there's rook c7, and I don't see how you're keeping this together.
One tiny oversight loses Jan the game. I mean, he must be in a losing position. Magnus, about 30 seconds himself, we saw him lose on time. That was shocking. It's not going to happen again.
Yeah, king d3. He's sacking the f2 pawn, but you don't really care about that. It's very difficult for black to create a passer on the king side. Rook a3. I guess you just go king up to c4, or here, or to c2. Everything looks winning. Goes king e4. This pawn on a7 is going to drop Robert, and that should be the game.
The knight doesn't even have any good moves. You got to go knight g8, but there might even be some ideas to checkmate the black king. Not right now, but knight f5, rook g7 would be a mating net if not for rook a4 check. But just take a7. You're easily winning as black is tied down.
This is so unfortunate for Jan. Again, like, he has to avoid these blunders. He goes rook a1. Now white cannot take it. There's rook e1. So Magnus takes the a7 pawn, and rook d7. Such precision, paralyzing the knight as they can no longer go to d6.
And he's going to bring his knight in, a7 next. And I think at the very best for black, he's down a full piece. And he's not even getting the b5 pawn.
Now this is over. Magnus up a full piece. Jan presses the resign button. But what an unfortunate loss. He should not have lost this one.
No, I mean, he just completely overlooked that knight takes d4 was allowed. It was a check. It was able to take that bishop on f3, and that was a really bad turn of events for Jan, who's down by 3 points. So Benjamin, we keep talking about it. If Magnus is going to gift you points, you can't gift them back. And that's what Jan just did, and he is now in some trouble.
Exactly. Like, you're going to be outplayed in some games. That can happen, but you shouldn't gift him points. Like, by making blunders, losing out of the opening, you got to try to play as tight as possible. We see Jan here playing with white pieces. I like what he's doing, going for a Russell Limo. Magnus going for this setup with the pawns on the queen side and bishop e6. So let's see if Jan can put some pressure here with the white pieces. But yeah, that was such a costly throw. If he had won that game, it would have been back to 2 points. But now the margin is 3 again. And 3, it's not insurmountable, but at some point, you know, you have to make a comeback.
And Magnus is so good in bullet chess that you can't even count on that. You know, some players, you play against them, you think it's going to be a topsy-turvy final stretch. We did see Wesley So take down Alireza Firouzja in bullet. That was surprising to the masses. So it is possible. And I think Hikaru spoke on that, saying that nobody would have given Wesley a chance to beat Alireza in bullet. He was able to make it even. They went into an Armageddon game, which Wesley won. So Jan still has chances, even if we get to bullet and he's down by a couple games. But he can't afford to keep losing. He cannot allow the lead to balloon to, say, 4 or 5 points.
No, for sure. I think what people sometimes forget in the bullet portion is that it's 1 + 1. If it would be 1 + 0, I think Alireza would be a big favorite against Wesley. But with the 1 second increment, that makes all the difference. It's still normal chess. It's still very similar to 3 + 1. There will not be, you know, flagging, things of that nature. And that is why Wesley managed to beat Alireza. I like what Jan is doing here. Again, he's playing quickly. And I think he's preparing a d4 or b4 push at some point.
Why not? Open up that dark squared bishop. If the king castles, then it's hard to move that c5 pawn, as the rook will be loose at the end of the line. So d4 does seem to be a threat, and Magnus, he's spending his time. Jan up about a minute on the clock. This feels like a game where he has chances once again.
Right, but what about this move bishop g4 here, Robert? You threaten to take on f3 and double white's pawns, and now the knight on f3 is pinned as you put this rook in d1. I don't see a good way to get out of it. In case of queen e2, black has knight g5, so that looks pretty unpleasant for Jan. Perhaps he should have played h3 on one of the last couple of moves.
And whoa, Magnus decides to castle instead. We do see d4, and the position was very close, and now suddenly it's blasting open. The knight on c4 is under attack. The c5 pawn is under attack. The rook on f8 is behind that c5 pawn, and we are seeing some trades here. But b4 is not going to be available to black, is it?
Wait, I am quite surprised by what Jan just did. Why did he trade on b5? He could have also just played knight e3 right away. I guess the difference is that now b4 is not a move, as you take, and the c-pawn will be pinned. But Magnus takes on d4. He's sacking in exchange. But look at this, Robert. If you recapture, you take on c2 and take on b3. And you not only have the bishop pair, but you also have 2 outside passers. This looks great for Magnus.
With that bishop on f8 supporting them from afar. The a4, b4, a3, you take this knight on c2, and the bishop on f8 is actually doing a great job of defending those passers. So this looks tragic for Jan, and perhaps, you know, you think about it. You have a rook for just 1 minor piece and 1 pawn. You think you're ahead, but it's not just about the point value. It's about how strong these pawns are. And while a4 got a question mark, I think that we can all tell that white is definitely in trouble, but Benjamin, he allowed d5. Maybe that's why a4 was not the best move.
Yeah, perhaps he had a move like bishop to h6, attacking the rook. If the rook moves, you hang the knight. Now we see Magnus going f5. Okay, he's playing pretty actively, but he's also loosening up his own position. Knight d2, nice move by Jan. He wants to take the bishop on b3, get rid of the bishop pair, and then the pawns can become a little bit loose. And look at the clock, Robert. All of a sudden, Jan is up a minute, so this one is far from over.
And bishop h6 no longer works because knight takes b3. And after a takes b3, then knight to e3. Those double b pawns are bad news for black. You can't allow white to take this bishop on b3, I don't think. So maybe you should take the knight on c2. But then you're worried about the open c file, some counter chances for white.
Exactly. So he goes knight at d6. I guess his idea is that in case white takes and then moves the knight, you can take the pawn on e4. So let's see what Jan is going to do here. You can take an f5, but then black can escape with the bishop with bishop takes d5. So Jan goes knight e3 first.
Okay, so if you take on e4 with the pawn, the knight takes b3. So he goes for this anyway. But is there a knight d2 somehow coming?
All right, so we see bishop e4 by Magnus attacking the rook. Where do you go with the rook? Wherever you go, you're going to get forked. If you go to f1, there's a fork on d2. If you go to c1, there's knight c3, followed by knight e2. So this looks quite problematic.
Why is that a question mark? I don't see what you do. Rook to c1, for example. I think here you can just play knight d2, rook b2, bishop a3, and that's game over.
That's game over. Yeah, Magnus is already up a pawn or so for the exchange. Or wait, no, he's up 2 pawns. So if he wins back the exchange here, he will be up a clean 2 pawns. This b pawn will be super strong. So like you said, Robert, this one looks to be over.
It is now. And you can see it on Jan's face. He is not very happy. And Magnus, he's about to lead by 4 points unless there is some way to make a draw. But I don't think so. You're going to take on e3, take on d5. It's going to be 2 extra pawns. And one's in the center. One's a passer on the queen side. And this is just going to be an easy conversion for Magnus Carlsen.
Exactly. He's just in time with rook takes d5, defending the pawn on e5 and on b5. Rook c3 by Jan plays very quickly, but this one is completely over. Rook d8, such a nice move by Magnus. He's giving up the e-pawn, but he's putting the rook behind the passer. That's where he won, and now he moves his king up, and this game is over, Robert.
Right, because the white king will have to continue going to the queen side, but it doesn't even get there in time. And then the black king, even if you were able to surround the pawn, can go back towards the king side to win the game. So this looks like a problem. King c1, the rook releases to e8 or a8, and we see a win for Magnus Carlsen from the black side. Benjamin, Jan, he's shaky right now, and this could get out of hand if he doesn't stop the bleeding.
Yeah, all of a sudden, it's a 4-point gap. That's quite hefty. After the break, it was only 2 points. I thought Jan was still having a very good chance. He also had chances in that black game, in the Petrov, but we saw how he took on d4 a little bit too quickly. And again, he's just losing games in an unnecessary manner, and Magnus is just more consistent.
He is indeed, and we see this game, it looks very solid, but we have a Sicilian defense. So it was a Najdorf, then it turns into a dragon-like position, and black has no weaknesses. White, similarly, doesn't really have any weaknesses, but white has more control. So what's black's plan in a position like this?
It's a good question. I mean, I also struggle sometimes in these positions, like what is the plan? He goes knight e5 to c4. All right, so white can stop that with b3, but I guess then queen c7 is annoying, attacking the knight on c3. So let's see how Magnus is going to deal with this. He can also allow knight c4. It's really not a big deal, but then black gets the rook to c4. He can double and even triple on a c-file. So I guess that's what Jan is going for right here.
Yeah, knight c4, it does get black the bishop pair, but once you swap, there's also these e5 tactics that you have to be worried about. So Jan instead puts his bishop on c6, but then the question is, why is the knight on e5? Like the knight doesn't seem like it's really doing all that much there if it can't jump forward anymore.
Exactly. f3, nice move by Magnus, solidifying the pawn on e4. Now Magnus wants to go a5, create a clamp on the queen side. His bishop can always slide into b6 at the right moment. And look at this, he's played f4, and he's given Jan a bunch of weaknesses on the king side. All of a sudden, this looks really good for white.
Yeah, maybe the claim is that there's some counterplay. If you go after the h5 pawn, it takes a bit of time. It's kind of got some Spassky Fischer vibes to it, but the knight came back to d4 so quickly, going after the bishop. Knight f5, going after the other bishop, looks very worrisome for the black king. Not a big fan of this position for Jan.
Me neither. Knight c5 was played, attacking the pawn on e4. So Magnus straight on c6 and now plays e5, taking advantage of the pin along the d-file. You cannot take that pawn. At some point, maybe Magnus can take queen c8. Maybe now knight d5, threatening a deadly fork, which is why Jan plays rook e8.
Wow, this is hanging on by a thread for Jan Nepomniachtchi, but his position, even though his double isolated h-pawns look bad, I think he has good activity. The queen and rook on the c-file, at some point you have to watch out for your c2 pawn being loose. You can't push the c-pawn because knight b3 tactics. If you take on d6, the bishop on g7 is now out in the open. Suddenly, I believe a little bit more in Jan's position.
Exactly. Yeah, this queen can also slide into f5, defending the king side a little bit. Magnus does not have a knockout here. In case he takes on d6, Jan should not, although maybe he can even recapture with the rook, because knight takes c7, there's rook takes, and at the end of it all, the bishop on e3 is hanging. So I don't know what Magnus should do here, and look at the clock, Robert. All of a sudden, he's down a minute.
And this makes sense. This time management for Jan is paying off. It's a complicated position. I think that black could be better in a few turns. The white king, even though it looks safe, some of those dark squares in front of it are very loose. And so Magnus takes the knight on c5, and I would take with the rook on c5, because if you took with the pawn, then the bishop on g7 was locked in. Now that bishop, it slices across the diagonal and has some play.
Right, so he takes on d6 and forces Jan to recapture the pawn. Jan has a very ugly structure here. He's got these isolated pawns all over the board, but his rook is active, his queen is active, his bishop is open as well, so he might not be doing too bad here. Rook e1, nice move by Magnus though, reinforcing the threat of knight e7 check.
And giving up the b2 pawn, but he doesn't care about that pawn. Or maybe he does, the way he just put his hand up. He's maybe recognizing that bishop takes b2 is a possibility because that rook on a1 is under attack. And after rook to b1, is there some kind of swap on e1 and bishop c3? I'm not really sure there.
Maybe, no, bishop c3 right away loses due to rook takes c8 and knight takes c3. So I wonder what exactly Jan could do there. Maybe you can take on c2 instead of... No, there's rook takes c8 again. I don't know. He plays king h8, but that looks really passive. Now you just hand Magnus a better position.
And it's clear bishop takes b2 was available, both by Magnus's body language and the question mark given to king h8. Not an easy move to play, to remove your only defender of your king to the other side of the board, but Magnus Carlsen trades rooks, now puts his pawn on c3, and strategically, Benjamin, I think we could say that white is winning strategically, but there are some holes in white's king side on the dark squares, and it's not easy to break through when you have to worry about your own king.
Exactly. He goes queen d3, slowly but surely improving the position. However, now he can no longer go rook d1, queen c6, and knight e3. Jan's pieces are becoming a bit more active, but overall it looks great for Magnus. Black has this ugly pawn structure with isolated pawns in the center, and on the king side, this knight can always move to f5, which is why Jan played queen to d7. That being said, though, it's not that easy to bring this rook in, as if you go rook e1, you're going to hang this a-pawn.
And that's why it went a5, but it gave black the b5 square. Rook takes b4.
Rook takes b4. That's just
and you see Magnus, he recognized it. As soon as he played the move, he was like, what am I thinking?
Wait, this one could completely turn around. All of a sudden, Jan is up a pawn. These pawns are on dark squares. Queen e6, a nice move, offering the trade of queens. Magnus doesn't mind the trade of queens, but he wants to trade on his terms. Bishop c3, I guess takes is not good because of bishop d4.
Ooh, that's a nasty looking pin. White maybe hanging on by a thread here. And look at the clock, by the way. Magnus down to 15 seconds to Jan's minute plus.
Yo, what do you do here? What do you do? Again, you don't want to trade. He plays f5. Okay, Jan can trade. He can also just move the queen, as now the dark squares have been weakened even more.
I would go queen e7. Defend all your pawns. The b4 pawn is loose. There are pins. The queen h4 check is available to go after that b4 pawn. He plays queen f6, but why would you give up the b7 pawn?
What was that? He gives up b7 and a6. Magnus goes king f3. I don't know what Jan has done here. Magnus seems to be completely fine.
And king f3, maybe not the most precise, but in time trouble, looks like a good move. And if you take on e3, king takes e3, that looks like we should be heading towards drawville, because the white king will probably see tons of checks and not be able to successfully escape.
Yeah, black can pick up some pawns, maybe the pawn on f5, but white should always have sufficient counterplay, as they're going to get a passer on the queen side. So I don't think there's anything more here than a draw for Jan. I mean, slightly disappointing for Magnus. He was in control for most of the game, but I think if you're Jan, you might be kicking yourself, as this might have been an opportunity to close the gap a little bit.
Jan went for a win with d5. The engine didn't love it, but he is maybe just able to force a draw at the stage with checking on the dark squares. But Magnus, he's the only one who can win this position.
Okay, queen takes b4. There goes the pawn with check, though. This one should be a draw. I don't see a way for Magnus to get out. That being said, wait. There's no good check now. So Jan goes king g7, queen b6, check. d4, wait, this is still a 3 years old game.
Yeah, whose pawn is better? Both are passed. Queen d5 is a very nice move.
Okay, you hang the pawn with check. You cannot take on d4, so it goes king. Oh, there goes a5. There, take on a5. And you're playing for 2 results now.
Suddenly, queen trade because black's pawn structure is bad. There's going to be a sundial, but the king stays in touch with the queen. Benjamin, as long as the queen stays on d5, I have a hard time imagining white losing this game.
Okay, queen h7. He could have taken on h5 as g2 was not hanging because of queen takes f7. This one should be a draw because black's pawn structure is so bad.
Yeah, queen f5, normally up a pawn in endgame, should lead to a win, but not with double isolated h-pawns like this. And now the queen trade is offered. Ooh, good try, though, by Jan, and now it should be an easy draw.
Yeah, this one is an easy draw. If black had doubled f-pawns, there would have still been a chance, but doubled h-pawns, I think there's nothing you can do here. The king f5, the king just steps back. And again, if you... Oh, yeah, there's nothing to be done here.
If they're double f-pawns, you would have the f3 move. Instead, we see a draw. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he had a missed opportunity once Magnus blundered that b4 pawn. So both players have not been fully accurate, but this is going to be our final game before the bullet. There are less than 3 minutes remaining in the 3+1. So Benjamin, I think for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he needs to find a win here.
Exactly. We see in English opening Magnus playing the system with knight f6 and pawn to h6, b4. I think Jan is following the game between Prague and Magnus in the World Cup in the finals. Knight d4, a4 here by Jan. But yeah, Jan needs at least a win here to close down the gap a little bit. With 3 points, I still think that Magnus is a heavy favorite, but at least there would be some chances.
He needs to get a victory to cut this to 3. He'll just feel better about himself if he's able to be in that kind of striking distance. But Magnus, he plays a6. He develops his rook in the starting square. He wants to open the a file. And I feel like this position, it's not one of those tactical melees. It's a situation where both sides are playing small waiting moves, hoping to improve their position.
Exactly. Rook e8, a crafty little move by Magnus. He's waiting for Jan to take us now. This will open up the e-file for his rook. He might also consider the move b4 here. I think that is the only reason why he's paused to think. Because otherwise you just take the knight.
Yeah, so what is going on right now? We see that Magnus is choosing between these two, but he plays b4, so he takes the road less traveled by, and Jan was surprised.
Yeah, exactly. b4. I'm sure that Jan had anticipated this move. Pawn takes d4. Maybe... okay, so bishop f8. The bishop drops back. I think black should be doing quite fine here. White is a little bit more active, but this pawn on a5 is isolated, so Magnus can try to target it later. Jan is preparing to meet c6 with knight a3 to c4, which looks pretty reasonable. You put some pressure on d5, and you further defend the pawn on a5.
Oh, look at this move. Bishop takes f6. Queen takes f6. Bishop takes e4. Is this a pawn sacrifice, or what exactly does black have in store?
Well, the pawn on a5 is hanging at the end. So we see Jan taking on e4. But I think here, if you take on d1 and take on e4, black should be doing pretty fine. Maybe Jan can consider the take and go rook d8 to freeze black. But is there a way for black to crawl out?
That looks scary. There may be a rook a4 move to counterpin some of the pieces. And perhaps there are not enough pieces remaining for white to really have the upper hand. But it does look a little annoying.
Yeah, so I think that is why Magnus has paused the thing. It looks quite scary. Okay, he does take on e4. Let's see if Jan is going to go for it. Take on e4 and take on d8. That being said, there's no immediate threat as bishop e4 is not available. And maybe black just has the time to go, let's say, f6, king f7, followed by rook e8. And then black's doing very well strategically with the bishop pair.
Exactly what Magnus goes for. So you spotted it. He did as well. And now, as you said, the king gets out with to f7. The a5 pawn is the target. Black has the bishop pair. And after king f7, the next move could be rook to e8 just to trade off those rooks.
And f3 by Jan, trying to kick the rook away from the fourth rank. So there's bishop b4, but Magnus does not fall for it. He goes rook to a4, stopping the bishop from coming here. And I think he's doing quite well here. Knight c2, you can trade here and then play king f7 afterwards. That being said, how do you unpin yourself here on the back rank?
You're going to play bishop e7, and when the rook goes to h8, you're going to go bishop back to f8, and then shut the door on the rook in the corner. So it's actually quite straightforward. Very nicely done by Magnus. King f7, bishop e7, and the rook is flushed out of there.
Yeah, I love that idea, Robert. I don't see what Jan should do in the meantime. Right now, he has to recapture with one of his pieces. I suppose with the knight, king f7 is going to come, maybe like knight b3, but then bishop b7, the rook has to move, and bishop f8. And it looks like Magnus has a very comfortable advantage. He's got the bishop pair, pawn on a5 is a little bit weak, so it's looking tough for Jan here.
Knight takes a1 to b3. I like that the best, but I don't think it's that good of a position. The bishop pair is just strong. And once that second bishop enters, the light square bishop, I feel like white is going to be on the defensive, and Jan doesn't look very happy.
Now, bishop b7, great find here by Magnus. The rook has to move. I guess maybe you have to move it all the way back, but then after bishop b6, black is in full control. Like you said, in case of rook h8, you go bishop f8, shut the rook out, the bishop is going to join the action, and black is comfortably better.
And then the question goes to how did... Whoa, he allowed his rook to be shut off back there. That was surprising to me.
Okay.
And Benjamin, this looks bad for white. Like, can't black just play c5 here and start pushing those pawns?
c5 is a nice move. I think what Jan is banking on is that in case Magnus goes bishop b6, then you go knight c5, taking advantage of the fact that this bishop is pinned again as the rook on a8 is hanging. There we go, knight c5, attacking the pawn on b7. So what does Magnus do here? You can go bishop c8 back, and I'm sure you're fine. But otherwise, I mean, rook b8 looks kind of passive. And actually, maybe you can take and go bishop b4.
I think Magnus missed knight c5. The way he slowed down, and look at his body language. He's missing ideas, and it's really irking him. But if you played bishop to c8, it's kind of a recognition that something went wrong. Instead, he gives up the b7 pawn because bishop c8, rook takes e2 check.
Right. So in case white takes, there's here, but there's a6 though. You can take an e2, king f1, but the a pawn could be scary. Also, there are moves like knight d8 hanging in the position.
Good point with a knight check. This is looking very tricky, and if Jan Nepomniachtchi wants to cut into this lead that Magnus Carlsen has, he has to play knight takes b7. He goes for it. I still think that black should be easily okay here. But rook takes e2.
Right, well, Magnus... Oh, sorry. What Magnus can always do is perhaps trade at the right moment, go rook b8. Although, if he does so right away, there might be bishop b4, and black all of a sudden is lost. But yeah, he should still be completely fine. But he has to be careful.
And he does go for the e-pawn, and he's thinking after king to f1, but what is wrong with rook a2? Knight d8 check, king e8, knight takes c6, barely.
g4 by Jan. I think he rushed there. c5, great move by Magnus. He wants to take on b7, followed by rook b8, and now there's no longer bishop to b4. Maybe Jan should have played like bishop a5 to set up knight d8, but I think now Magnus is doing great.
Yeah, because Magnus is just going to steal a pawn, and that rook on h8 is trapped. What do you do about that? Like, the rook is simply stuck in the corner.
I don't see a move. He sacks it on f8. What? And takes on c5, but Robert, this has to be lost. The a-pawn is going to disappear very soon, and you will be down a very clean exchange.
Well, maybe he gets bishop b6, 8. Oh, what a find from Magnus.
What a find. He's going to be up a clean exchange here, and this one is going to... I mean, this right now is just a matter of technique. I'm pretty sure this endgame has to be winning. He goes f5 to break up the pawns. It still requires some work, though, to actually win this game.
Yeah, perhaps there is a chance here for Jan. I mean, I was looking at the eval bar. Well, now it says he's losing. So before it wasn't all the way down there. But look at this. He's going to go cut this king off and then bring his own king in.
He goes g5. That gives him a weakness on the g5 square, though. But I assume that sooner or later, white is going to lose his pawn on f3.
I feel like Magnus just knows when positions are winning. He just protected his g-pawn, and he'll bring his king in, like right now. And then if the bishop somehow attacks the pawn again, he'll bring his rook back to d5, but that's not happening.
Exactly. Okay, so for the moment, Jan is hanging on. You sit with the bishop here, but I assume that at some moment you're going to end up in Zugzwang. Okay, so how do you... that's a nice move. If you take, then check and king e3.
That's sick. That's such a nasty way to win the game, which Magnus Carlsen does, and he currently leads by 5 points over Jan Nepomniachtchi. Look at Jan's face. That's a man who has been facing off against Magnus Carlsen for hours. It's not fun when you're on the losing end.
No, certainly not looking like fun here for Jan. He still had some chances, but he's down 5 points in match, Robert. I don't see him making a comeback here.
It's going to be difficult when you're facing Magnus Carlsen, who is unhappy with his play. That much has been clear. He's missed things. They haven't been necessarily huge blunders, but they've been inaccuracies, and he strives for perfection. But when you're playing Jan Nepomniachtchi, leading by 5 points, that should feel as close to perfection as you could possibly hope for. It's a big lead. We only have one time control left, 30 minutes of bullet. Benjamin, what can Jan Nepomniachtchi possibly do to make it a comeback?
I think the first game is going to be critical. If Jan wins the first game with the black pieces, he still has a chance. He could get some momentum, win one game after another. You know, in bullet, you might easily get tilted. So the first game is critical. If he wins the one, he has a chance. If he loses, I think the match is practically over.
I think that he needs to get some energy. He needs to get that break in, get refreshed. And while we're speaking of energy, we want to take a moment to shout out our new partner to the Speed Chess Championship, AG1. AG1 is your daily support of key health functions from mental performance to energy and the immune system. It's the one product that does the work of many. To find out more, visit drinkag1.com/chess or use the command AG1 in chat. Thank you to AG1 for sponsoring the SCC. We will be right back here in the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. This has been a fun match. It's Magnus Carlsen versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. Bullet coming up after the break.
This right here is how I use Chessable and why. I've been using it for a long time. I mean, if you look up here, I actually have my streak. It says 1,231 days, right? You're gonna forget a lot of the things that are in the book. Chessable came around. When I got on Chessable, it's literally, I was already doing that. So this is now a game changer because I can do it faster. It's online, it's in front of me. All of my books are here. There's gonna be folders now so I can categorize by white, black, and tactics in game. But I literally have everything in one area. As you see, I'm scrolling here. This is why I like this. So they're like, how many Chessable books you got? I'm like, all of them. How I use Chessable is actually, I do a lot for the opening training. I do tactics on here. I do calculation. I do in-game. I do everything but the database. All my training on here all the time. Chessable is the wave. This is why I like to use Chessable. It's actually helped me. I remember even online, I was only like capping out at 2350, almost 2400 in Blitz and Bullet. My chess comm is 26 with a high of 2774 in Bullet. And I blame all of this, like success, really is just working on Chessable. Just being honest with you.
Love playing chess variants? Or just looking for something new? Join us for the Variants Community Series. Every 2 months, we'll be featuring a different variant in a series of events and competitions. Learn a new variant and compete against other players for prize money, or just play for fun. Look for community arenas, streamer arenas, and championship events. 6 weekly arena tournaments held every Thursday will be followed by a championship event with cash prizes, including a $1,000 first place prize. The third and final weekly arenas will be streamer arenas, featuring gifted subs as prizes. Win any of these events to qualify for the championship. The Variants Community Series kicks off on September 7th with King of the Hill, where the first to occupy the center wins the game. But getting checkmated still loses. And join the Variants Club today to learn more about upcoming events, how to participate, and much, much more. See you in the arena on Chess.com.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Magnus Carlsen may not be in his chair, but he is in the lead in his match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. There, you now see the #1 rated player in the world. It has been his summer. Benjamin, he's played in 5 events in recent months, and look at his results. He won 2 Champions Chess Tour events. He won the Super United Grand Chess Tour Rapid and Blitz. He won the World Cup, second in the Bullet Chess Championship. He's been on an absolute tear.
Exactly, and the only time he did not win, he was stopped by Hikaru Nakamura in the finals of the Bullet Chess Championship. But right now, he's on his way to a very smooth victory over Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's up 5 points in the match. Jan will need a miracle comeback here, Robert.
He'll need to do something differently than he has been, because Jan, even when he's been able to string together a couple good games, Magnus is able to just get right back up and steal a victory. So for Magnus Carlsen, a 5-point lead. It's hard to imagine him letting this slip, but it's bullet chess. Mouse slips, lost on time, disconnects. They can all go one player's direction.
And we are off. Magnus opens up with a London system. Jan responding with the copycat with bishop f5, knight f3. So let's see, queen b6 here by Jan hitting the pawn on b2, which is always a little bit awkward to defend.
Right, because if the queen b3, black throws the pawn up to c4. And so Magnus, he says, I'm going to defend by attacking something else. And now his queen can slide to that diagonal that goes to b1. The engine didn't like it, but queen b1, Magnus, he chose to put it on that square.
Yeah, g6 and bishop g7 by Jan, so that whenever this knight moves, there will be the move bishop to f5. Bishop b2 by Magnus. Perhaps it was something better for Jan, but he still has a very comfortable position here out of the opening against London.
Can't complain if you have this from the black side. And now the bishop can and does slide out to f5. The queen is under threat, but that's why the bishop steps in between. So trades seem to help White's cause, but b2 is loose here. Can you capture it?
You can take, but White is banking on the move rook fb1. If the queen moves, you can take the pawn on b7. So let's see if Jan is going to take. He can also, of course, continue to improve his position with a move like rook ac8.
Rook a to c8, always a natural move. a4, expansion on the queen side. And a6, that was a move that cost Jan in the World Championship match. Remember, the exact structure like this was a problem for him.
Yeah, so now the idea is that in case you take the pawn on a5, White wants to go pawn takes c5, and if you recapture the queen, there would have been b4. Magnus now steps his knight in the center with knight e5, and I think slowly but surely, Magnus is gaining the upper hand here as his pieces are slightly more active.
That queen on a7, it's offside. It's not really helping out in the position. And black shuts it down with c4, saying we're going to have a closed game here of maneuvering chess, but this should be good for White, who controls an important pawn break. b3 and e4, both of them, it's up to White.
Exactly, bishop g5, such an unpleasant move, and now he breaks in the center with the move e4. Jan has to take on e5, but it looks so unpleasant. White's going to recapture your knight's under attack. Oh, he takes on f5 right away.
He just wants to open up the black king, and he's going to bring his knight to f3. This looks like a French defense with that backwards e6 pawn.
Now, this looks terrible. You cannot take on f5. He goes b5, but this might give him even more weaknesses. Magnus goes knight f3, but look at this, Robert. He's up a pawn, and the d5 pawn is so weak.
Jan missed. The rook on c8 was loose, so he couldn't recapture on e5. Now suddenly black trying to draw up some counterplay. Over there, the a5 pawn is gone. The c3 pawn may be next, but is the black king going to survive?
I don't know, Robert. It looks tough if this knight ever lands on a 5, or there goes the d pawn. Oh, and there goes the rook. That's one game.
Yes, he gets the rook with check. He takes the other rook. Nice tactical awareness from Magnus Carlsen. And I don't think Jan Nepomniachtchi has the draw here. It looks like rook d8 would win. He resigns. Magnus is now up by 6.
Yeah, so let's see if Magnus can come back. Jan can come back with the white piece. He plays the Vienna game. All right, Magnus goes for this quick knight a5 move, going after the bishop. But yeah, that was a very smooth victory for Magnus.
And I like that Jan, he is mixing it up. A queen at h5. He's saying the e5 pawn, but knight to b4. The queen on d1 does an important job. Now black gets quick development. I like stealing material in bullets. So Benjamin, I think from Jan's perspective, it's a successful opening.
Right, yeah, he's up a pawn here, but Magnus has very easy piece play. His bishop drops back to f8, and his bishop on b7 is so active, always putting pressure on the white king on g1. Rook e8, I love that move. He just wants to go rook a8, maybe rook g6. Robert, I think in bullet, this is really a dream position for black. Like, all of your moves come so natural.
Yeah, suddenly it's really difficult, and he blundered the h3 pawn. f3, queen takes h3. Thank you very much for the attack and the material. And you could see the frustration on Jan Nepomniachtchi's face. He can't believe what's happening here, but nobody can believe the level of chess that Magnus Carlsen tends to show.
Now he's playing so well and so quickly. Look at the clock, Robert. He's up to 58 seconds. It's incredible that he's just playing all of these moves instantly. And yeah, that's just his instinct is on another level.
And F5 kicks the knight out of there, opening up that bishop on B7 once more. The knight goes to G5, but I feel like black just brings the knight back to D5. F4 threatens to win the piece. Oof, this is terrible for white.
Exactly. Everything is so super loose. He goes knight H3, but there's got to be some... Oh, look at this. Rook takes C3 F4, hitting the bishop and the rook.
That is a sick find. He just gives up an exchange to win a pinned knight. The knight on knight H3, sorry, the pawn on G2 is pinned to the king. That is so nasty.
Yeah, and there's nothing you can do here with white. Jan is going to lose another game, and he's going to go down 7 points.
Just unbelievable. When Magnus plays like this, there's nobody who can stop him. And we mean nobody. He is now going to be up a minor piece. Jan has to throw in the towel. 7-point lead for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, to be fair, there is still that guy, Hikaru Nakamura, who, is very much on par with him with bullet. But, Magnus is playing out of his mind right now, playing super quickly, finding all of these tactics in just a blink of an eye.
And look at this position. There's a black knight out into white's camp on B4. It's kind of trapped, but it's hard to attack because C5, there it goes. You defend it. If en passant, the knight takes back.
Right, the knight is now safe, but the D6 pawn is weak, which is why Magnus goes bishop to F4. Jan has to go either E5 or D5, but he goes knight E8. That looks a little bit passive.
And white goes E5. If you take on E5, the queens would be traded, and white would take back on E5. So this looks like kind of a sort of French defense with the bishop down there on C8. What do you make of this position where black just stole upon the center? And Magnus, once again, he's surprised and can't believe that he's blundering things.
I liked this position before, but now Jan is up a pawn. I don't like what he did, though, trading voluntarily and going bishop E5. He loses a lot of time. I think he should have just gone like bishop D7. But now his queen is under attack. This rook can swing all the way over to H4, and this looks super unpleasant, Robert.
And H6, he's going Alpha Zero style. That queen has to go to H8 for... Oh my gosh, the king is just getting mated. The knight D5, rook knight E7. This is so miserable.
This is tough. I mean, where do you even go with the queen? If you take on B2, maybe a rook B4. The queen has to leave the diagonal. And when you do, there's going to be queen D4. And white has to be winning there. This looks tough.
Yeah, there's going to be a rook take on E8, knight F6 check. Everything is hanging there. So he goes knight D6 at long last. Is even material. And white's king is much, much safer.
And look at this rook B4. The rook is coming up to B6. This pawn on B7 is super weak. Magnus can now just take it. He's going to take on B7, take on A6, and then all of a sudden he will have 3 connected passers on the queen side.
And look at this. Jan just tries to bring his rook to the center, but he's down 3 pawns on the queen side, as you mentioned. Bishop C4, another really precise move. Trading off the bishops. There is no hope here for black.
Yeah, now his king side is also getting ripped apart. Magnus can just trade here. Push the pawn off the board. Rook B8 now. And yeah, this is going to be another good win.
This is easy. There's no threats from black. The rook on F8 can be traded off the board. I don't even know what to recommend.
Yep, resigning. That's the thing I would recommend here. It looks over. He's listening.
He heard, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, if he had any hopes to win this match in the bullet, those hopes are dashed because Magnus Carlsen is just too darn good.
Yeah, Magnus playing the Philidor defense here. Jan going for a Italian setup. Eventually does go D4. And let's see what Magnus is going to do here. Maybe knight E5, knight B6, but Magnus playing out of his mind, finding all of these moves super quickly. And it's tough. It's tough if you're Jan. Like, Magnus's instincts are just on another level.
And this type of setup, Danya was talking about the other day, from the black side, it's very difficult to prove an advantage for white. Those D6 pawn, it looks like a target, but black has the perfect cocoon to keep it safe and sound.
Exactly. Yeah, the pawn on D6 sometimes is a little bit weak, but for the moment, this knight on E5 is blocking the diagonal of the bishop. The problem for black can be, though, is that you're a little bit cramped for space, so I guess Magnus is going to go bishop D7, rook A8, and bishop C8 to at least have this rook defending the D6 pawn.
Yeah, black does have everything together, and look at this queen b4 move. The f4 pawn, the e4 pawn, both feel a little bit loose, and speaking of loose, g3, that looks loosey-goosey in front of the white king, and black decides to strike, but maybe Jan has had this worked out.
Yeah, I think Magnus rushed here a little bit with the moves d5 and knight e4. It feels like this should backfire, as the pawn on e4 is so weak, and Jan should be able to pick it up sooner or later. For the moment, he has to move his queen though, but this pawn is going to be a goner.
Ooh, f5, just trying to make it spicy. And the eval bar says that Jan made a mistake here. The king is just so open on h1.
Right now there's bishop d3 for Magnus to block the default and attack the knight on g6. Magnus had the move bishop takes h3, taking the queen when he was still defending the rook on e4. And now it looks like Jan has a slight edge here in the endgame.
Nice move though, rook d6, hitting the bishop and putting the rook on defended square. So d takes c3 will be next. And if this is better for white, it's going to be very difficult to prove. But the white king is closer to the middle, and black has to start defending those pawns.
Yeah, g4, nice move here by Jan. Okay, we see a trade. Now Jan has to step up his king, but I think it's going to be difficult to do because whenever your king steps up, Magnus will have a lot of checks. Also, these pawns over here are quite loose, so you're going to have to be very careful here if you're white.
Yeah, bishop e7, a nice move, giving up c3 for h4. Now bishop d6 check. If the king has to go to h3, it's very far away from where it needs to be, which is d3 to win that c pawn. So bishop f6. Wait a second.
So he's offering the trade of bishops, but Jan instead goes after the a5 pawn. Also looks good. What does black do here? If you take an a5, bishop is a little bit off though, but what does black do?
I don't know. This actually looks quite decent for white. You're stealing a pawn, then your b pawn is free. So he runs with his king. The king is trapped for white. Imagine if that black king gets all the way into the position.
He's threatening mate now, and you have to go g5, but then black is a perpetual. Check and check.
What a funny perpetual.
Yep, this is a draw. Is he gonna do the... He's gonna milk the clock a little bit, and, well, just for a second, and there we have the draw.
And still over 19 minutes remain in the match. Jan Nepomniachtchi earns his first half point in bullet. And with an 8-point lead for Magnus, Jan has to win all of the rest of the games at this stage.
Yeah, now it might almost be mathematically over. Magnus has a hefty lead and not that much time left. So let's see how Jan will try to fight back, but it's looking tough.
It is, and this position is also looking nice for white. You see black throw pawns forward with g5. Black probably has to castle queenside, but the pawn structure is favorable for white because of those double pawns.
Yeah, but at least Jan has a double-edged game. He goes f4, trying to break open the kingside, but Magnus keeps it close and strikes in the center with the move e4. Now, however you take, you're going to recapture with the knight, and then you can follow with the d5 push. So g4, I like this move by Jan.
And he's going after the white king, but d takes c6. It does hit b7. We might just see a bunch of trades. But Benjamin, as I look at this, white's pawn structure is healthier. There's double f pawns, but maybe black is in time with the counterplay against the e4 pawn.
Yeah, and he takes the pawn. Queen f7 by Magnus, though, hitting the pawn on c7, which would be checkmate, and the pawn on f6. But Jan does have the time to trade. Be careful, though, because now queen d7 is a deadly threat. So let's see how he will deal with it.
Rook d8 comes to mind, trying to trade off white's rook and go for a back rank checkmate of your own. But maybe there's just a series of checks after that. He instead goes for the e8 square.
He had rook g8, and there would not have been a good way to stop checkmate.
Oh my gosh, he rushed it. It is bullet chess. They're going to make moves quickly. But rook g8 would have given Jan a winning position.
And right now it looks like Magnus is firmly in the driver's seat. Rook takes f4. Everything is defended. Rook e2. I mean, I guess maybe he's trying to take on b2, but maybe now Magnus can go for an attack with queen d8 and rook f8 to follow.
To turn this around in this manner, I mean, Jan, he missed his one chance, and suddenly it is Magnus, who could have been on the offensive, but he plays a little slowly there.
Yeah, a3 defending pawn, queen e2 now by Jan. Okay, so now the queen can move rook f3. Still, he is defending every single pawn on the board. He's got these passers. Queen d6 now, though. Okay, h4 by Jan. I don't think you want to trade.
No, you definitely do not. It's going to be a great rook endgame for white. And still looks good for white. Watch out for queen f3 check. It's why he goes back to the 8th rank. And white is just picking up h4. Nice technique from Magnus.
Yeah, he's slowly but surely maneuvering his pieces. He can actually take the pawn in case of queen d6. There's rook f4. And you now have 3 connected passers on the king side. g3 defense, everything. You have to be careful though not to allow queen d5. So let's see how he will deal with this.
It's the only way for... queen c5 check after... queen takes c7 just leads to mate. So all of this is a problem.
There goes the rook. And that's another game for Magnus.
Can't stop, won't stop. Magnus Carlsen wins again. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he cannot be having a good time at this stage of the match.
Yeah, right now it's a 9-point lead for Magnus. Jan going for a reversed Pierce or modern, however you want to call it. Magnus playing with a G6. Here, White can hope for a small edge because the knight on C6 is restricted, but yeah, Magnus playing great chess right now.
When Magnus plays like this, it's both a treat to watch and a nightmare to face. So for Jan Nepomniachtchi, the match started pretty well for him. He was up a point very early on, but then Magnus started finding his footing, and it was all downhill for Jan Nepomniachtchi. So as we get to the final stretch of games, 15 minutes left in the match, now we just get to watch without the pressure of the match score because it is officially in the books. Magnus Carlsen is going to make his way to the semis.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I think the thing for Jan is that Magnus' instincts are so good, and that really shines through in the bullet portion. He was hanging with Magnus in the blitz. However, I think to give himself a chance, he needs to at least be even going into the bullet, and perhaps even have a small lead. But the fact that he already went into the bullet portion with a 4 or 3 point deficit, it makes it very tough.
Yeah, I can't even give any advice. I obviously don't know what it takes to beat Magnus Carlsen. There's pretty much just one player. I should say two, because Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who is playing right after this against Nihal Sarin, he has beaten Magnus Carlsen in the SCC format. But Hikaru and Magnus, they're the only two winners of the Speed Chess Championship. They continue to show their dominance.
Exactly, yeah. So here we're sitting with knight c3 by Jan. We see trade. Now he's got the double pawns and c5 by Magnus. Magnus slowly but surely outplaying him in this endgame. Now perhaps b6, knight b7, knight d6. And yeah, like you said, how do you deal with a Magnus that's on fire, that's just playing out of his mind, playing quickly, finding every single move? The only player we can ask, like you said, is Hikaru Nakamura.
And look at this rerouting. Knight b7, knight to d6 or a5. The c4 pawn is loose, and if you defend that with a knight to e3, the bishop go to h6 to remove the guard and pin that knight. The bishop on c1 has not a single inch in this position, no light of day for it. It's a miserable defense for White.
Right, so maybe you have to sit with a knight on a3, but if you sit with a knight on a3, it's going to be super passive, and Black can prepare a central push with f5, and Jan going down to 8 seconds. I think he's given up.
Well, he knows that it's mathematically impossible for him to win this match. Maybe he does want to steal a couple games against Magnus down the stretch. But Magnus, it feels like he doesn't care what the match score is. He wants to win each and every game. And by the way, Jan is playing pretty well to complicate matters here.
Yeah, bishop f4. Okay, now Magnus can perhaps trade. Go king of 6, or he goes king of 6 right away. But yeah, that's what makes these top players so good, Robert. They're super competitive. They just want every single game. They cannot accept a single loss. And that's why, you know, we see Magnus and Hikaru year after year in these finals.
And Magnus scoops up the c3 pawn, as you said. He wants to win even this game. And goes after the a3 knight and the c4 pawn next. And suddenly Black seems to have a humongous advantage.
Yeah, Black now has 3 queenside passers, maybe just b5 or bishop d4, and now just push the pawns down the board. This has to be a win for Black, Robert.
For sure. Too many extra pawns. They're easy to push. White has an h-pawn, but it's on its starting square. This is no hope for White in this position. And now the a-pawn can push for Black as well. All 3 of them.
Oh, that's a free knight. That's a free... Oh.
He didn't take it?
He's like, I don't want your knight. I want my 3 connected on the queen side.
Yeah, that should be good enough. Oof,
this has to be one for Magnus.
The king goes back, and now the f-pawn's about to queen. And knight g3 wins
and
the
there
bishop.
goes the bishop. Yeah. Yeah, so Black up a piece.
I was going to say, Benjamin, I don't even know what more there is to say. I mean, Magnus is just crushing it.
Right, and now he's up 10 points. It's starting to look tough for Jan. I think right now his only goal would be not to lose by a 10-point margin.
And it's going to be difficult to do that because there's still 12 minutes left in this match, which means we're going to get a number of bullet games. And it's very clear that Magnus Carlsen is far stronger in the quickest of time controls against Jan Nepomniachtchi. But Jan, he deserves credit because he kept this very competitive in the blitz, and then Magnus was able to run away with it down the stretch here in bullet.
Exactly, yeah. Magnus playing... I would say Magnus is playing at his level, or maybe even a little bit beyond it. Jan, however, we talked about this before the match. If he wants to give himself a chance, he cannot lose games unnecessarily. But he did have a few blunders here and there. And yeah, as we see, then you're just going to have a tough day at the office against Magnus.
Every day is probably a tough day against Magnus Carlsen. And in this position, Magnus is stealing the queen side. He took b7. a6 is going to be loose with that knight on c7.
There goes
I have his queen! Oh my goodness. Magnus just forgot a knight could capture his queen.
And a Botez Gambit in the Speed Chess Championship. Who would have thought, Robert?
Not Magnus Carlsen, but he has a bad history of the a6 and c7 squares. Because a year ago, when he was playing Hikaru Nakamura, I said, oh, what about bishop c7? Didn't realize that the knight on a6 could capture that bishop. Magnus played the move, and Hikaru stole that piece. And this was c7 to a6, so there's something about those two squares that are difficult for Magnus with those enemy knights.
Yeah, I saw someone make a tweet that Magnus, the only thing he sometimes blunders are knight moves. Like, if you look at some of his losses, he blunders a knight move, like a knight fork or something of that nature, which is quite interesting. And here we see yet again.
And he's fortunate that all of his slips throughout the day, losing on time in a drawn position, mouse slip to lose not just one but two pawns earlier in the match, and then there to just hang your queen in a winning position. He's so strong that even after that, he's still up 9 points.
Yeah, he's still dominating this match. He's even better in this game. The rook on c1 is more active than the rook on b2, and his pawn on c4 is a little bit weak. We see bishop b5 by Jan, trying to trade with that active bishop on b4.
And this endgame is one where black is in the driver's seat, because that a2 pawn will be grabbed. The knight on a5 is in an awkward spot, but I guess there's not too much life to this, because the a7 pawn, the c4 pawn, there's a likelihood that they'll be traded for each other at some moment.
Exactly. Now, wait, you can take an a7, because knight takes c4, there's knight takes c4 with check. So wait, Magnus all of a sudden in trouble. c5, by the way, is a game-winning side, or knight b7.
So Magnus blundering a second game in a row, and he plays rook a4 to protect his rook. The knight does cover that. There's no discover check that will win material.
Right, so let's see how Jan is going to try to win this one. It's still looking very unpleasant for Magnus. He's down a pawn. He's in this pin or discovery, but rook a6. Now you just go king here or here.
Well, king c5, he won a knight b7 check. So there were some tricks going after the f7 pawn. And will we just see a repetition? I don't think Jan wants that. Oh, but king c8, Magnus maybe striving for more.
Right, or he thinks that this is the better move. Like, now he might not be worse anymore. Knight takes c4 is a threat. c5, knight c4, attacking the knight. You go knight c6, but you can just trade. The knight is almost trapped, and then take an e3 or king c6.
And then we just see full-on liquidation. It's a king and pawn endgame. This is obviously a draw. The players know it, but Magnus is just going to make a bunch of moves to burn some of the match clock.
Well, there are still chances for Magnus, because after this trade, if you get the king to b3, it's winning. But can he make Jan run out of moves on the queen side on the king side first?
Well, no, because Jan played g4 to freeze black's pawns. They just repeat moves. The king's in opposition, and a draw is reached. So it's still a 9-point lead for Magnus Carlsen. He's crushing it right now. But what is this?
I think this is known to be a lost variation, but nobody knows like how to actually refute this. You take on g2, white has to give up their rook and gets a strong attack in return, but you have to know what you're doing here with white.
And the knight is coming to f4 and to g6. That's clearly the plan. But can't black play rook takes h7 and then run the king to g8?
You can, yeah.
And look at Magnus. He is not liking the way he's playing because he just saw rook takes h7.
Exactly, and we see here the evil bar is in the middle, so it feels like Magnus did not play in the precise way, and now it's all the way down. So actually, this has worked out brilliantly for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He played a dubious opening, but a very provocative one. He made Magnus prove it. Magnus didn't know how to punish black, and now, after queen takes h7, I think black's just winning. It should liquidate into an endgame.
That's a beautiful tactic in black's favor, and Jan Nepomniachtchi finds it. And look at Magnus, he kind of gives that face of, yeah, good find, double exclamation point, and he resigns on the spot. So Magnus, I don't think he's enjoying these last couple games.
Yeah, no, I think he for sure would have loved to win by a 10-point margin, but now Jan is closing it down a little bit. He plays the Alekhine with knight to g8, Robert. What do you make of this opening?
He loves doing stuff like that. Magnus has done this in Olympiads. He's done it in plenty of classical games. What's it called? The Norwegian lion or rat, or I forget what the name of the opening is, where he puts his knight on h5, like the North Sea variation, something to that effect.
Exactly, yeah. So we see bishop e7. It looks pretty alright here for black. White is the bishop pair, but the knight on c3 is slightly misplaced. On the other hand, black is pretty nice development. And the bishops, for the moment, aren't that effective. And I love this maneuver here by Magnus. Knight of 8 e6.
I wish I could put my knight to f6 and back to g8 on my first two moves and get a position like this. I don't know how he does it, but we just saw a bad opening pay off for Jan, and now for Magnus, it's the reverse, where his bad opening, or not bad, but questionable, it looks pretty good for black at this stage.
Exactly. This knight is jumping around, but now it has to go back to h2, and all of it... Wait, knight takes e5, that's a pawn.
With knight f5 check is probably what he's looking for, and there might... Is there king f6 there? No way.
He goes for it. He wins king of the hill. He wins king of the hill.
And
yeah, you can end the game.
Yeah, that's done. King of the hill. We got this. But the king on e5 is somehow safe enough because queen c3 check, there's d4, and the king will scurry back to f6. And the f5 knight actually is hanging after queen c3. So what a decision from Magnus. He's getting away with it.
Yeah, king f6, and now he's completely safe. Knight d4, do not take us after queen takes d4. Your king is in a deadly check, but maybe rook e8, defend the knight, and if he gets the king to g7, it's just over, Robert.
And if he trades on e6 and brings the king to e7, that also looks very good. So queen c3, I really like that move because you take on d4, queen takes d4 check, your king has to go to g5, and there might just be queen d2, queen d4, some kind of draw by repetition.
Right, so let's see what Magnus is going to do. This looks like a nice little move by Jan. I don't see how this king is getting out of here.
I don't either. I think I would just swap knights on d4 and try to make that draw if it is indeed a draw.
Right. Oh, queen b7. Robert, knight takes e6, d4, knight takes, rook takes e1, and then you take the knight. What a find.
That is a beautiful variation that the knight on e6, it's free for white to take. Oh, he takes with the rook. But there's no way
but now
this should
e5,
be
it's over. There's no follow-up, and Magnus wins a brilliant game.
Queen b6 there? Are you kidding me? I'm looking for a draw. He finds a way to get a victory there. Magnus Carlsen, I know it hasn't been his absolute best because of some of the mistakes he's made, but he's played a really great day of chess.
That was a brilliant game. And yeah, to be fair, he should have already won after king takes e5, but the engineers finally got the win through a couple moves later. But yeah, brilliant stuff there by Magnus.
And I think they're looking at the overall match clock. I'm not sure if Jan really even wants to continue at this point, but it is a match victory for Magnus Carlsen. He's going to move on to face Wesley So in the Speed Chess Championship semifinals. And Magnus wasn't perfect, right? We know that. There was some sloppiness there, a loss on time, but it seems the players, they're communicating and maybe the match is over with.
Right. Do you think Jan has resigned the match? Maybe the game was a little bit too much, and I think you... Oh, wait, they're off.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they are allowed to resign the match if they want to, but there, I think, is a prize money cut that you sacrifice because, well, the fans, they want to see all the games played, and, you know, it's good just to play at the last couple bullet games. So we see here that these H-pawns are up the board. This is the type of opening you really only see in the quickest of time controls, but it's fun for the fans.
Exactly. Here, knight b6, a tricky little move by Jan. Now, knight takes c4. Wait, there goes a pawn. And bishop takes c3. Magnus does not care. He just sacks the rook, and Jan doesn't care about the rook either.
Well, he wants to keep his king safe, because in bullet chess, king safety is paramount. And suddenly, Magnus, who dropped a pawn on c3, is throwing his other pawns up the board. I think both players, they really do want this match to be done. Let's be honest about it. But for Jan, taking a few more points, he won't regret that.
No, for sure. Because just to remind everybody, the prize money is split also proportionally based on the score. So these last couple of games still matter a little bit for a couple $100. As we see here, Jan has a pretty fine position with the rooks on the B and c files putting maximum pressure on the pawn on c4.
Yeah, it's a position where equal material, but the position is definitely not even, as the c4 pawn is loose. The dark squares around the white king are problematic, and the light squares too. So knight g4 played, taking control of the light squares permanently, as only black has a light square bishop.
Yeah, black is in a nice position here. The pawn on c4 is a little bit weak. Knight e4 by Magnus. Perhaps he wants to go to g3 to put pressure on the bishop and prepare some h5 push. So let's see what Jan is going to do. Maybe like queen a4 to hit this pawn. Now, you can also defend with knight e2, but it's of course a little bit passive.
It's passive, but it does get the job done, and at some point white would love to double on the e-file, but black forces a trade of rooks. The e7 pawn, while it's targeted, it's hard to bring a second piece into the attack. But your h5, knight g3 idea, you need to keep an eye on that if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Right, and the knight can also go to e3, putting pressure on the bishop and defending the pawn on c4. So I love this maneuver here by Magnus.
Looks, ooh, what is it? Oh, if bishop takes, there was rook e8 check and checkmate on h8. Magnus is going for the kill.
Right, now knight f5 or knight h5 looks crushing.
Oh, knight takes f5 was better because of the rook e8 stuff.
Wait, check, you have to go king e7, but that looks deadly. You can't go to e8 because rook takes e6.
So where is the knockout queen at? Oh, and if king e8, is there knight g7 check? Rook takes e6 is coming.
But what is the threat exactly, Robert? You cannot take because of rook a1. What is the move here for white? Knight g7. Oh, what a move. Now you start thinking knight takes c6. Oh,
and the
bishop rook e8.
That is so sweet. Knight g7. It's so tempting to
rook e8. Knight e6.
Rook e8.
Queen g7.
Oh, this also should do the trick. He does deliver mate, but rook e8, knight e6 would have been a forcing mate. That would have been just too much to handle.
Right, and now Jan opens up with the move 1b3. This is officially the last game of the match, the move g4. I've seen Danya play this a couple of times. Usually goes like h4 or like c4 and knight c3. But here we see Magnus taking advantage of the open h-file.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi, a b3 cowboy, he goes for it. And we have a trade of light square bishops. I don't think black could possibly be worse here. Healthier pawn structure. King is now... Well, it had to move, but it's safe.
Well, there goes the pawn, though.
Yeah, I spoke too soon. This is bullet chess after all.
Exactly, yeah. Jan up a pawn here, but Magnus having pretty good piece play. The rook is pretty active. The knights are nicely positioned. And but, yeah, we see Jan up a pawn here, and he can now go e4.
Yes, because after knight h4, there's rook g3 ideas. He brings his second knight into the game, and black targets the d4 pawn. Watch out, because the king on c1 is not the safest king, as that pawn would need to be back on b2 to cover up the dark squares.
Right, so maybe now move like c5. If you take the queen can slide in with queen a1 check. So I think Jan should have played king b1 to make sure that none of that ever happens.
He simply allows the check. The king goes up to d2, and he says, no more checks for you. But queen takes a2 there. Still looks like the white king would have been in danger.
And this is so impressive, Robert. Magnus is down a pawn, but he offers a trade of queens. He realizes that his rooks are so active on the h-file. There's nothing for white to do here. He cannot set his queenside majority in motion, and black is slowly but surely going to push up on the king side.
And how does he do this? He's down a pawn, but he's the one trying to play for more. He's got an active king. If you ever push your queenside pawns as white, I think that the king needs to stay put on d2. Otherwise, the black king goes to e3, and that's a problem. So, wow, I just can't believe what I'm seeing half the time when Magnus plays endgames.
Yeah, and rook h7. He's sacrificing the g-pawn with one to go rook c7 and go after the pawn on c2. This is a masterclass, Robert.
Just the technique, it's unbelievable. He knows when to defend a pawn or to go on the offensive, and we've already seen him win nice endgames, 2 rook endgames. He's just winning a pawn now.
Rook c5. There's no way to defend the pawn on b5. Maybe you have to go like b6. Or maybe some... Okay, go c4. He's allowing en passant, though. This looks lost. You just trade everything. You're equal on the king side and you're up a pawn on the queen side. This is over.
And just go after this a6 pawn. As long as you don't allow the white king to f2 and like an e3 checkmate. That would be the only thing to look out for. But it's not going to happen.
Right, rook e2 now, king e3, and I think e4 just wins the game. Rook d2.
And then rook takes e2, and it's 2 extra pawns. Clean conversion for Magnus Carlsen. The match is officially over, and Magnus, just an unbelievable skill set in the endgame to take down Jan Nepomniachtchi in another one.
Exactly. He beats Jan by an 11-point margin and scores 20.5 points. A very impressive display here in the bullet portion.
And it's the first time in all 9 of his SEC matches that Jan Nepomniachtchi has not reached double digits. So he didn't get to 10 because Magnus Carlsen was not in a giving mood past the point of a few sloppy instances. But Magnus, even after all that, he wins 20.5 to 9.5 Benjamin. It's ridiculous.
It was an extremely dominant performance. Look at the scorecard here, Robert. He took a 2-point lead going out of the 5+1 portion. Then he won the 3+1 portion by 3 points. And finally, he dominated in the bullet.
He's just too good. When Magnus is on form like this, even the best players in the world, they struggle to put up a fight. So Magnus Carlsen, many great moments from him. I'm sure was shaking his head because he believes he can always play better. That's the striving for perfection that these top players must have in order to push themselves to even higher heights. But Benjamin, many, many great moments, and I think that Magnus has a lot to be proud of.
Yeah, no, for sure. He played some great chess today. He's going to join soon for an interview. But yeah, overall, he's played some great chess.
And he played some savvy moves, so we're delighted to take a look at the savvy moves presented by Coinbase. We will be reviewing a key move from Magnus's games against Jan. And Benjamin, there were so many to choose from, but I thought that rook takes e3, pawn to f4 idea by him, that was the icing on the cake.
Right, so... Wait, sorry, which game was that again?
It was that bullet game. I don't even remember what number at this point, but it was the game 20 of the match overall.
Oh, right. Let me look. Wait.
Don't worry, everybody. We're gonna get it. We have to go back into the archives to find it, and that's just how many games they play in the Speed Chess Championship format. But that move, rook takes e3, I think we have it just about ready now to show everybody the savvy move of the day. And Benjamin, take us away.
Exactly. So here, after knight to h3, Magnus was already in a dominant position with all of his pieces active. But here he found the move rook takes e3, sacrificing the exchange. After Jan took, he's not interested in recapturing. Instead, he goes for the move f4, attacking the knight at h3 and the rook on e3. And all of a sudden, there's nothing white can do. White is completely lost. If you take an f4, black recaptures with the knight. Not only is black a material, but they're also threatening a deadly attack on g2. And knight h3 is also a threat. So Jan played the move rook e4, but now Magnus takes the knight f1, and now knight e3. And after takes, he takes the rook. And Magnus won a crushing game with the black pieces. And that was your savvy move of the day, presented by Coinbase.
And it extended Magnus' lead in the match to 7 points, and there was no looking back from there. So Magnus Carlsen with some sexy tactics, if we could say so ourselves. And we are going to have Magnus Carlsen joining us for an interview. So chat, please ask questions. Some of them may be featured and asked to none other than the top player in the world, Magnus Carlsen. So we are going to head to a break, but when we return, it's an interview with Magnus himself here at the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
September bots are here, and it's time for a monumental clash. This barbarian might not crush you on the board, but he certainly can crush you with the board. Speaking of crushing, this giant is a living siege tower. Usually found in groups, goblins are fond of sharp, pointy objects and other people's pieces. The battle-hardened Valkyrie might give you a game once she's done arm wrestling a golem. This hog rider and his noble steed might give you a headache or two. Skeletons adore her, foes fear her. You'll need to bring your A game if you want to beat this witch. Yes, that probably is a rabbit up his sleeve. or a huge fireball with your name on it. We hear wizards are pretty good at chess. Not just a killing machine, Pekka loves tiny butterflies. But you're probably not a butterfly, so watch out. The Archer Queen thinks highly of herself, and for good reason. She is a skilled tactician, deadly opponent, and your worst nightmare. Play them all on Chess.com.
and welcome back everyone to the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Unfortunately, we lost Robert due to some technical issues, but we are joined by a very special guest. Magnus, you just beat Jan in a very convincing manner. How do you feel about the match?
It was, it was a slog, really, from the first moment. I didn't actually know that I was going to play today. I was in the middle of a 21-course meal yesterday, and then like in the evening, and then I found out that I'm going to play the match, and to be honest, I was still so feeling so sluggish. So I think like against Vidit I played okay. Probably today I played quite a bit worse. It's not only about the moves. I did miss a lot of tactics, but you wouldn't believe the things that I actually missed that didn't show up on the board. So it was I think not a great day of chess. Felt like Jan really never got going after he lost that fourth game, which was pretty unnecessary. And then it was kind of close, but I never felt that I was particularly in danger. But it never felt like I was playing well either. So it was just a race to the finish line, and eventually we got there.
Yeah, that fourth game felt critical indeed, that Jan also could have won. But overall, you did impress us with your chess. And Magnus, how do you feel about facing Wesley So in the semifinals?
Of course, he had one of the most exciting matches of all time against Alireza. I was following most of that. He's generally very strong, but also he's a bit like Jan, that he plays well, and then he's really tilty sometimes. So that's, I think, what he needs to sort of avoid to make the match close. And for me, I just have to prepare better to be better physically, because now like I'm relatively rested, but like my brain is fried. So if I'm in good shape, then he's gonna have to play at his very best to make it exciting.
Yeah, no, we definitely look forward to that match, and it would be awesome if you can play even better there. And Magnus, who do you wish to face in the finals if you qualify?
To paraphrase what Grishuk said in an interview a few years ago, it doesn't matter whom I wish to play, because it's most probably going to be Hikaru. So for me, it's all about performing a bit better in the next match, and then I'm assuming that he'll be there if I get that.
Yeah, and it would be awesome to see a rematch again. All right, Magnus, we're going to let you go. We're going to let you rest. Enjoy your rest of your evening, because we have to get ready for our next match. But we thank you for joining.
Yeah, thank you. That's going to be awesome. Very evenly matched, I think.
All right, so it was an honor to have Magnus here on the show. So let's have a quick look at our bracket. We see now that one semifinal is set up between Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So. So the big question is, who is going to face Hikaru Nakamura in the other semifinal? Is it going to be Nihal Sorin or Maxime Vacher-Lagrave? We are going to find out very soon, as that one is coming up in just a bit. All right, so we are gonna go on a break. Don't go anywhere, guys, because the other semifinal is coming up very soon between Nihal Sarin and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I'm going to be joined by my good friend Dayan Naroditsky, so we will see you in just a few.